Recording in progress.
Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. And this is like a class that stands on its own, but also it's part of a series where we did, I think, a 3-part series on self-esteem. And prior to that, there was a class on abandonment, and it's still in the same vein of all of this. And so if you didn't do any of those other classes, they are available, they're free. You can go in and participate and do them on YouTube. And so you can always email us at, was it Plant Prana Calendar? Plant Prana Calendar at Gmail. To access those if you haven't already. But here we're focusing more on self-image, which self-image is a little bit more tricky, right? It's a little bit more tricky. Self-esteem is all about like how you feel and you know, there's different components, how you feel about yourself, how you feel socially, you know, there's these different components. Self-image is really a byproduct of conditioning that over a period of time, both your perceptions and other people's perceptions kind of cause a way of thinking that generates a kind of an image of yourself and also generates an image of the world. And, you know, we're seeing it through our own lenses. And so it's a little bit trickier to treat, and it's always good to address self-esteem prior to that. But before we even do that, part of self-esteem is also, or excuse me, self-image. Part of self-image is also just your cognitive functions, your ability to process things mentally. And think of it like this. Think of it like this. Think of a time when you were just minding your own business, just hanging out, doing your work, or, you know, playing in the garden, whatever it is you're doing. And somebody comes up and gives you a big what for. You know, they get upset at you, they scream at you, they yell at you, they do whatever. You're not even aware that you're in the middle of an argument until they yell at you, right? Then they leave. Over a period of time, what happens is, you know, if you watch yourself over the next day or two, it's hard to have clear thoughts. It's hard to put pen to paper. You'll notice you'll start to do something like, wait, what was I doing? Like you feel a little scattered, right? So the issue there is when the emotional body is very, very agitated, when it's very like excited or worked up, the tendency for your mental faculties is to go down, right? If you see somebody who's very, very mental, a lot of times they seem like very emotionally like regulated, or sometimes if somebody's like a doctor or something, they'll come across as being very cold, right? Their emotions are so regulated that their mental body is just highly active, but in that particular case, it's more lower mental, right? The lower mental component. And so you look at it from the point of view of mechanics for meditation. When you sit still, right, when you have stillness in the body, the seed for greater emotional activity is there. Like you don't run in place or go for a jog and go, let me tell you how much I love you and how much I feel, right? You sit, you're calm, you look the person in the eye, you say, okay, this is how I feel, right? So you have the ability to be more emotional when the body is calmed down, right? When the emotions are calmed down, the seed for greater mental activity is there, right? The seed for greater mental activity is there when the emotions are regulated. So we went through the abandonment, we went through the self-esteem issues, working on the physical body, working on the emotional body, and here we're coming to the mental body. And once we have the mental body in place, the seed for greater spiritual activity is there. Once you could say the mind is not just calmed, but in esoteric teachings, they would say organized, right? Organized. And that's a complicated thing to say, but like think of it like this. Organized can simply be like you have your everyday mind and you have your mind that sees beyond the senses. Very similar to like what happens in dream time, right? You are processing information that is beyond just what you see, smell, taste, touch, you know, hear, right? And it sounds very simple and straightforward, but a lot of our mental faculties is based on this information and then how we react, and then endocrine function, which is, you know, the production of hormones and things that then pass through the brain and affect our cognitive abilities, right? So as we go through and do this, an organized mind is, you could say it a couple of different ways. You could say it's part of the mind where the sensory mind and the intuitive mind are working together, like two sides that are really kind of, you could almost say, I don't want to say polar opposites, but let's say opposites, right? They're opposites and they're able to interact with each other. Where for the normal everyday person, these two pieces are actually at odds with each other. So that's one level of organization. Another level of organization is, this is going to open up a can of worms, but we're going to do it anyway. You know, when you think of like things like when somebody gets triggered and reacts, or when somebody's being aggressive, or when somebody's trying to manipulate you, or somebody's being super judgmental, it's not just like that it's a projection, it's that it's a projection that causes a reaction in you, right? And so a deeper level of an organized mind is to be able to be in the bad part of town, you could say, with things being projected at you, and your mind, your emotions, and eventually your body don't have the reaction. So if somebody's being judgmental, it's just, it hits and then it just bounces off, right? Or it's a very little small reaction, because when somebody does something like that, it's bringing something into existence. The more that there's conflict on both sides, conflict is part of the evolutionary process. I should say the creative process, not higher creativity, just creativity. So when there is some sort of conflict, you're bringing something in, might not be that good. It actually could be quite bad, but it's still coming in because of the conflict, right? When the mind starts to become organized, you're like, I'm not bringing that in. I'm not bringing that in. I'm not talking about politics in a social situation, right? I'm not bringing in this conflict or this thing in between people, right? And so there's actually basically kind of 7 of these like minor streams of awareness, minor streams of consciousness that eventually you go through and you regulate these 7 principles, and it affects your thought processes, but not just how we accumulate information. It's almost like a stream of awareness or consciousness that comes through that then this is the type of thinking I do, or a kind of stream that comes through when I think about fill in the blank. You know, when I think about gardening, there's a certain stream of consciousness that comes through. If I'm singing, there's a certain stream of consciousness that comes through. If I'm sitting and doing paperwork and doing the books, there's a certain stream of consciousness that comes through, right? So a lot of times we think of, say, enlightenment, for example, is something that we achieve. It's not something that you achieve. It's not like a series of steps where you go, I'm going to do this and I'm going to reach the top of the mountain. And it's simply something that comes in, right? You just put everything in the proper place, and at some point, this transference comes in. You just have to get the space ready. And so a lot of times you see in spiritual traditions, they do different forms of ceremony where they are setting up the space for something to happen. It's the same idea, but with your mind, right? This is an external manifestation of what you're actually trying to do with your mind, right? You're trying to put everything in, just doesn't have to be perfect, just like get everything in kind of relatively proper place, and then something starts to happen, right? Something starts to come in, something starts to flow. So with that, the thing that makes that difficult right off the bat is, bottom line, brain fatigue. Brain fatigue pretty much shuts that process down. So you could say cognitive function, but really when you boil it down, it is the lack of mental energy to go through and process things on a cognitive level. If you kind of don't have that, you can still be spiritual, but it's limited, right? It's limited. You really have to be able to to organize the mind, because if you don't, the tendency is to go into like an automatic thinking and automatic behavior, which is the inability to be present, and you start kind of detaching from reality, so to speak, right? You just start kind of floating away from normal everyday reality, right? And so the more that you improve cognitive functions, just strengthen the mind, keep the mind energized, doesn't mean that you have to be like, I know so many details. It's not that. I know so many pieces of facts. It's not that. It's just having the energy to process something when somebody says, hey, what's this? And you go, oh, it's a cup of coffee. But you know, if they ask you 10 more questions, you have the ability to process it. Because haven't you ever noticed that, like, when you're tired and somebody starts asking you questions, you kind of snap a little bit, like, leave me alone. I don't have the juice in my legs. I don't have another juice in my legs to go on this park again. Leave me alone, right? You kind of snap a little bit, right? It's because we don't have the juice to cognitively process it. Now there, it's just fatigue, you get a night's sleep, you're fine again, right? But think of those times where you're just at wit's end and you kind of snap. That can happen for months at a time. That can happen for years at a time with a lot of brain fatigue. And so this first section, this it's going to be probably a majority of the day today. We're going to look at cognitive function, mental energy, and the things that rob energy from the mind, right? We want to go through and like, let's just clean the counters before we get into self-image. Let's clean the counters and put everything in its proper place so that when we start processing the self-image stuff, we have the ability to process it and let it go, or process it and integrate it. You know, we have the ability to process and bring in more appropriate healthy imagery for ourselves. And we're able to say, I've outgrown this imagery. This was a byproduct of people treating me not so nice. I'm letting this go. But if the brain is not strong, this process is very, very weak. Like I mean, it's a direct correspondence. Like if the brain is fatigued, your ability to process and change the imagery, improve the imagery, let go of the old imagery is greatly compromised. So the good application of this is, with so much overstimulation that happens with social media and the news and everything changing all the time, we basically get a little overstimulated, and the potential for mental fatigue or brain fatigue is actually more substantial now than it was like 10, 15 years ago. There's a lot of conditions that are actually brain fatigue oriented conditions, PTSD, chronic fatigue syndrome, fibromyalgia, all these things are brain fatigue oriented conditions. And so just keeping energy levels up for the brain, it improves quality of life. It helps their body to function, but you're also preventing potential health issues later in life. Things like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, things like this. A lot of those have, as a precursor, excessive amounts of brain fatigue. And so if you look at part of the treatment, sage, for example, it's very strengthening to the brain. It's very fortifying to the mind and the brain. It's very good for fatigue in the body. It calms down the sensory nerves. But one of the qualities that we don't talk about very much is it has a protective component for the nervous system. And so basically it protects the brain and it protects the nerves as they go through your body. But most importantly, it protects the brain. Like it protects the nerves and the neurons, things in the brain, keeps them functioning more appropriately, and it has a neuroprotective quality to it. And so it's part of our process that we're doing here today, but using sage, just for example, on a daily basis, potentially would help offset any issues that later in life where you might have a little predisposition to something like Alzheimer's or something like that, right? And so even dementia is a severe form of brain fatigue. You know, it's inflammation / brain fatigue. right? So we are going to go through and we're going to look at the things that contribute to brain fatigue, and we're going to treat brain fatigue today. So this can stand on its own. You could use this to augment other treatments. I highly suggest that you do even just this first part, the mental energy, do it semi-regularly as prevention. Like, do this to help the future you. Like, yes, it's great for you to feel good right now. That's always a goal, but how are you going to be in 5 years? How are you going to be in 10 years? How are you going to be in 15, 20 years? We want to treat now potential problems that are in the future, right? And, even if you didn't have the potential and 20 years goes by, you still maybe don't have the condition or wasn't going to manifest, but still all the way up to that, you had a much better quality of life and your mental faculties stayed much stronger through that 20 years. So there's kind of no reason not to do it, And so we're going to be looking at like inflammation. We're going to be looking a little bit at pain mechanism. We're going to look at overstimulation of the sensory nerves. We're going to look at blood circulation to the brain and getting oxygen to the brain. And then we're going to do something where it's just a good general body stimulant that you use for situations where there's fatigue. So this is what I'd like you to do. We're going to just take a moment, and it's a little bit different than what we usually do. The process is kind of the same, where I go, oh, sit and think of a couple of things in your life, think a couple of situations. And normally we're going to go, oh, we're going to measure, how do you feel about this? How does it seem? Do you feel closer to it? Does it feel integrated? Do you feel more distant from it? Here, just almost like problem solve and just kind of pay attention to how your mind is problem solving or evaluating the situation. Sometimes what happens is when you have brain fatigue is you look at something and you just kind of go, what? I'm supposed to be thinking something, but I don't even know what to think, right? So you just kind of sit and stare at something and you're like, I don't know what to think. If you had the energy, right, you'd start going, well, could be this, could be that. I don't know. Maybe I should make a list, good list, bad list, pros and cons, make my decision tree, whatever it is. You start going down that route. But when you're fatigued, you just kind of check out a little bit. There's different kinds of checking out. There's a physical kind of checking out, and then there's also just your brain can't process what's in front of you. And especially if it's new or abstract, or it's in maybe conflict with what's happening or what you think. Like, think of like when somebody's presented you with a new piece of information and you've been thinking this one particular way, and you go, yeah, I'm just going to keep thinking what I'm thinking, right? Because it's easy, right? It takes mental energy to take it in and go, wow, this is going to change a lot of things for me. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. I remember when I first, for those of you that are involved with pranic healing, when I first took pranic healing, I'd already been a healer and a therapist for, I don't know, 10, 12 years. And I'd already had like 30,000 hours under my belt and I'd been doing research and everything. And when people were trying to get me to take the class, I was like, nah, not interested, not even a little bit interested. And so finally somebody browbeat me to take the class. So I took the class. And I loved it. And I took the first 3 classes, basic, advanced psychotherapy. And, I was digging it, and I went back home and my friends go, man, you seem a little sad. You seem a little depressed. What's up? And I was like, yeah, I took these classes. And they were like, well, you seem super bummed out. And I go, yeah, I spent all these years developing these philosophies and these approaches, and I took these 3 weekends, and I basically have to throw out everything I've been doing for the last 10, 12 years. It was like, I have to clean the house. I have to empty out the closets. I have to get rid of stuff. Like I'm either going to ignore these classes or I have to completely rearrange things, which means it's a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of figuring out, a lot of shifts in how I do my business. Like there's a lot of change happening with this. And had I not had the mental energy, I would have went, it was interesting, but and then that would have been that. So, at the time I was a bit younger. Thank God I had the energy to be able to process it. But, sometimes it's just easier to blow something off or say no, because we don't have the energy, right? We don't, and it's not physical energy, it's mental energy. You don't have the mental energy to process it. And so we want to go through and make our brain strong so that when something is presented, be it a problem or an opportunity, you go, very interesting, let's do it. Or let's not do it, but let's not do it because I thought it out rather than, nah, right? And so it sounds easy, but when you don't have the energy to process it, it's like you almost don't know the difference. And so even if you go like, I don't know if I have the issue, strengthen the faculties of the mind and the brain, and then just see what happens. You'll notice that your problem solving starts becoming faster and faster. Your ability to problem solve in the moment becomes faster and faster. Yeah. Okay. And so here, because it's a free class, we gave a bunch of choices. So all those choices are listed, and in the kit we gave them. Let me look it up. So some people got a kit that we offered, but most of you, I think, had just stuff at home. And so which one out of our kit? Which one?
Is it Sage or really pentagram? Yeah.
Hold on.
That's not feeling.
Do we have
I need to bring up the workbook to see what, okay, because we have Spanish Sage in, but I don't know if people are wondering if Spanish Sage would work as a substitute, but
Yeah, it would work.
I think it's.
Oh, Clary Sage.
I think Clary Sage is listed in the booklet, but what else? I need to bring up the booklet.
Yes.
Let's actually do neroli.
Again, if you have Clary Sage or Spanish
Clary
Sage,
sage, basil, benihi, coffee, mastic, petitgrain, sandalwood, or spasmophilia, all those oils that are listed there. Just choose one of them, but here we'll do the neroli. There's not neroli.
There's no really pedigree.
Neroli petitgrain. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, so find the oil that you're going to use. Okay, so now just close your eyes and put your awareness on a body part where there's something compromised. Like if you have a bad shoulder, a bad neck, a bad hip, bad part of your back, whatever it might be, And inhale with your awareness just on the negative part of that part of your body, whatever is compromised. You're just simply putting your awareness there. You have a little bit of a headache. Whatever it is, just put your awareness on that part of the body and be still. Keep inhaling on that part of the body. Okay. And now just be still for a moment. Okay. So even with this, here's the issue. Go to a body part where, say there's a little bit of inflammation or there's a little bit of pain or something. So there's all kinds of things happening in that area. There could be spasms, there could be poor circulation, there could be lymphatic stagnation. You're feeling pain, the nerves are overactivated. There's all these things. All that is impacting your brain. Whatever's going on in that area is impacting your brain, right? So here, you're trying to relax that part of the area because the tendency is when something's compromised, the body tightens up to try to protect it, right? It tightens up to minimize the movement of the joint, to keep you from moving it, to cause pain, to cause degeneration. It hurts, like you start to compensate how you are moving your body. You start to have tension in different parts of your body because something's not working, or it's not strong enough to work, or it's in spasm, whatever it is, right? So part of what happens is that injury also kind of physicalizes in your body as a kind of emotion or feeling, right? So example would be you're in pain, right? You're in chronic pain. You've had pain for 2-3 weeks, right? The body starts to generate the emotion of hurt feelings just by you being in pain. It doesn't mean that somebody hurt your feelings, but your body is like, okay, there's pain. My feelings are hurt. And then, a month goes by, 2 months goes by, 3 months goes by, and then you go, hey, which one of you SOBs is hurting my feelings all the time? It's your body, but you start looking for the perpetrator. Like, which one of you guys is doing it, right? And so we want to almost become aware of our body, but non-reactive to these components so that it's not overstimulating to the mind. We don't really identify with it. We don't really fixate on it. With pain, for example, the tendency is your mind continues to fixate on that spot little by little by little to a higher degree over a period of time. If the body is compromised, the mind fixates on it little by little by little by little. Now, think of it like this. Say you have a little cut in your mouth or you have a little sore in your mouth. How many times a minute do you touch it with your tongue? Right? How many times a minute? Your mind does it way more than your tongue does it. How many times does your tongue do it? 2-3 times a minute. Like, all right, still there, still there, still there. I think it's changing. Nope, still the same. Still there, still there. Your mind's constantly doing that. Over a period of time, it actually continues and continues and continues to where your attention starts to fixate on this area, right? This by itself is very fatiguing to the mind. It's very, very fatiguing to the mind. Think of it like this. Think of a time where you tried to get somebody's attention when they were focused on something that was not what you were talking about, right? You're like, excuse me, hello, excuse me, hello. And they kind of give you, yeah, what can I do for you? But they stay focused. You know you're not being heard, right? You can just tell you're not being heard. Your mind does that same thing, right? So we want to unlock this so that even though the body might have a little area that's compromised, even though the body might be in pain a little bit, even though, you know, there might be some tension in the body, we go through and unwind this so that it doesn't keep drawing our attention to that area, like your tongue to the sore in your mouth, right? So with this, you go to the compromised area, you inhale, you put your awareness there, you kind of relax into it. You know, that's a piece of it. You're relaxing into it. Then from there, the next piece says body awareness. You just check in with your body and you go, okay, where do I feel tension? Where do I feel a little weirdness? Where do I feel a little something? Like my attention is getting drawn to this other place, and it might not have anything to do with that bad shoulder of mine. Like it's way down in my low back, or you know what, it's my hamstrings, or you know what, it's my jaw. You know, you're just basically unwinding this pattern over a period of time that is emotions that are stuck into the body, your nervous system being pushed out of balance, you could say, you know, because your nervous system is trying to adapt, so it's pushed out of its normal function, right? And then you're also looking at how is my physiology, my posture, my structure, my muscle tone, how is that changing, right? All of these things are playing a role in this. And so I'm just going to sit, check in with my body, and unwind. And as you do that, more essence or life force flows through that area, and it opens this area up, right? It think of it like this. Every little place where you have like, oh, a little thought got stuck here, a little thought got stuck here, your mind goes and touches those spots like your tongue touches the sore in your mouth, right? So that means even when people project like hostility towards you, it hits your body, it hits the tissue, it's making its way into the spinal cord, and then your body goes, yeah, that's not going to feel good. Let's tighten down. Let's not let that hit the spinal cord, because it's going to go up to the brain. It's going to make me feel horrible about myself, right? So let's just lock that in the body. Let's put it on lockdown, right? So then it's stuck in the body. And certain modalities, they refer to this as an energy cyst, right? An energy cyst, but it's just basically tied to like your soft tissue or your fascia, right? Your mind, being aware of these things, constantly is checking in on these different pieces. You're not aware of them, but your mind is like, I'll keep track, don't worry about it, I'll keep track. Like the tongue touching the sore in the mouth, it's going to keep track, right? So here, we're bringing our awareness to these spots and we're releasing them and letting them go. It changes your physiology, it changes your emotions, it changes your mind, your ability to process information, and eventually over a period of time, it changes your behavior. I mean, this is tied to esoteric psychology, right? So the second part, it says body awareness. You're going to put your awareness on the body, and you're just going to look for anything that feels a little fishy. Like there's a little weird tension right there. There's a little bit of a weird spasm. There's a little bit of, I feel a little tightness there. I feel something there. I don't even know what it is. I'm just going to put my attention and awareness on it. So be aware of your body, find your spot, and begin inhaling with Neroli Pettigrew. Boy, that's a good one, Neroli Pettigrew.
Mhm.
2 birds, 1 stone. Now, you're not trying to fix something, you're not trying to assess it, you're not trying to make it go away. You're just keeping your awareness on that spot and inhaling. That's all you're doing. Awareness on the spot and inhaling. And then just be still. And just being still. Go back to the compromise spot. Like if your jaws are tight, go to your jaws. If your shoulders is a issue, go to your shoulder. If it's your back, go to your back. Whatever part of your body is compromised, go to that spot. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on that compromised spot of the body. Take a break for a moment and be aware of your body. Not the compromised area, just be aware of your body. What jumps out at you? Where do you feel a little tension? Where do you feel a little bit of funny business? Be aware of some part of your spine. Just explore your spine, whatever part feels a little sticky or a little tight or a little heavy. You're inhaling the oil. Your awareness is on that spot. You're not trying to fix it. You're not trying to make it go away. You're just sitting with it going, That's my invitation of you. Let go through that spot. Myself up. Last week it was Beatrice. Pay attention to your spine. If it feels like it's changing, then still stay with it. Still stay with that same spot. You're kind of relaxing into this piece, not because of pain, just because there's something there. There's something that draws your attention there. And then just be still, be aware, just keep your eyes closed and just notice how you feel. Keep your eyes closed, just be still. So part of what happens when we're doing this, we're going to do another round, but I'm going to just keep talking. Part of what happens is by doing this, you're calming down the sensory part of your mind, which is just always processing sensory information and doing the details of the day, you could say. You're calming that down and you're allowing for the intuitive side that has to do with awareness more than focus. You're allowing this to come into play and you're beginning to harmonize these two sides of your brain. So you're not just addressing the body, you're addressing how your brain functions. When you have something that's bothering you, like be it physical, mental, emotional, some situation, some issue at work or a friend, too much left side of the brain, not enough right side of the brain. If they're harmonized, your ability to problem solve the situation is highly, highly amplified. Again, your awareness is on a compromised part of your body. It could be the same spot. It could also be a new spot. Your awareness is there. Begin inhaling. You're still taking long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, let the breath go for a second. Be aware of your body. Just see what jumps out at you. Okay, whatever areas jumped out at you. Begin inhaling. As you exhale, just feel the tension leave that area. Just keep inhaling the oil into the area. Exhale, just feel tension leave that spot. Okay, just be still for a second. Okay, just you can move around, just check in with yourself. Notice how your mind is, notice your body, your emotions. What do you notice about your mind? A little bit quieter, right? Like you, Cynthia in the back, she just went, like everything like calms down. You're calming down the sensory nerves, right? You're calming down your tongue touching the sore in your mouth, but here it's your brain going to all these spots in your body, right? Just because you're not aware of them doesn't mean it's not happening. Now, to take this further, as you go through and you do this, part of what you're doing is you're calming down the left side of your brain. You're calming down the sensory part of your brain, and you're starting to stimulate the right side of your brain, right? So you're now starting to kind of allow for a greater level of harmony between the left side of your brain and your right side of your brain. When that starts to happen, you can tell because your mind is just like, somebody says, hey, what are you thinking? And you could literally go, yeah, nothing really. Like I'm awake, I'm observing, but my mind's not going bap, 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 bap. It's just like quiet, right? You're able to take in information and process it rather than bap, 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 bap. A lot of the chatter is the spots that you hit in your body. A lot of the chatter is neurological. It is your neurology firing off in your brain, right? And yes, it comes across as a thought, it comes across as a as a process. It comes across as, oh, this situation, but it's just because your tongue touched the sore in your mouth, your brain went, yeah, that negative thought form that person projected at me last week, that really hurt. I should probably do something about it. Oh, and then that other thing, it just starts making its checklist, right? And so over a period of time, by going through and sitting with this, you're literally breaking these things up in your body, which allows for your physiology to work better, allows for your posture to be more appropriate, but it frees up that aspect of your brain having to check on those different parts of your body, right? And so literally you begin to break down thought forms by going through and doing this. Like the less that a thought form has light in it, the more that it gets broken down in this process. Even if it's just something that you concocted over a period of time and you go, I'm just going to create this story because it makes me happy or whatever, and lets me not have to deal with the normal everyday world. It's a story, it's intriguing, but it doesn't really have a lot of light. As you go through and you do this process, you just kind of realize, like, yeah, that's a little bit of BS. I have to let that go. I'll keep the truth and I'll let the rest of it go, right? So your awareness, you become aware of the nature of the things you're observing, and you start to become aware to an even greater degree what has light and what is false, right? You basically are starting to go light, fake, light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, right? So this is further explored in a thing that we do in Astara called Lama Yoga, right? Lama Yoga, right? So, and we're going to do this right now. So let's just watch. So Lama Yoga is simply this. Head goes down, you inhale up, and then through your mouth, inhale up. So by doing that breath, you're drawing energy from the lower centers and you're energizing the upper part of your body, of your physiology. You're literally energizing the mind and you're quieting down the sensory nerves. So you do this like 7 to 14 times, and then you're still. You're just being super still. Then the key is to put your awareness on the different parts of your body to sit with these things that we've been sitting with, right? So you sit and you go, okay, I'm going to be aware. And as you do that, it actually starts to expand your awareness. It expands your consciousness because your mind is no longer fixated to this piece, right? You're basically letting go of a fixation. Then now the left brain goes, I can quiet down a little bit more. I'll stimulate the right side of the mind because the left side is quieting down, right? Give me a second, I'll get to it. Right? So here we're going to do a little bit of both. We're going to practice the Lama Yoga, right? And then we're going to use the oils. Now, the act of doing this, right? When you do it without the holding the breath, without the throat lock, it actually has a dissolving effect on thoughts and thought forms, right? When you do it with the throat lock, where your head's down and you inhale, and then you hold your breath, and then you move your head up. We use that as part of the materialization breath, because instead of dissolving thought forms, it's dissolving the conditioning. It's dissolving the elementals. You're basically, when you do that, you're transmuting elementals, right? You're transmuting the energy from the environment. When you do it without the lock, you're transmuting your thoughts, your emotions, your feelings, right? When you do it with the lock, you're transmuting the things from the environment, right? So we use it for materialization because we're trying to physicalize something in the physical world, in the outside world. When we're trying to purify the body, we let go of the throat lock, right? We let go of the throat lock, and it just becomes up and down, up and down, up and down. Now, as you go through and do this, the forehead and the back head are both activated. The forehead and back head, when working together, actually literally are like a chopping mechanism on thought forms. If it doesn't have light, it goes under the chopping block, right? So when your head is down, that activates the forehead. When your head is back, that activates the back head, right? So when your head is back like this, the back head's activated. So when you go forehead, back head, forehead, back head, forehead, back head. Translation, thought form, chop, chop, chop. Thought form, chop, chop, chop. Thought form, chop, 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 right? Now, as you go down, it's also stimulating the right side of your brain, right? As you move your head back, it's stimulating the left side of your brain. So you're going right brain, left brain, right brain, left brain, right brain, left brain, right brain, left brain. You're manually making the two sides of your brain get along with each other. Like, you two behave. You stop fighting with each other, or I'm going to put you in the corner, right? You're saying right brain, communicate with the left brain, communicate with the right brain, right? This doesn't happen naturally. You have to train these two pieces, right? You have to train them. So by going through and doing this process, we'll tie it all together. By going through and doing this process, just this done over a period of time will start to change your mental faculties. It will start to change your levels of awareness. It will start to change your ability to problem solve. It will start to change your ability to observe and gather information in the first steps. Like, let's look at memory, for example. A lot of times with memory issues is some of the mechanisms to establish like long-term memory and things, sometimes they're working fine, but not enough information was gathered in the very beginning for it to be processed and then converted into long-term memory, right? Your ability to observe over a period of time diminishes. So then when you go, okay, what am I supposed to remember? You didn't grab enough info for you to then convert into long-term memory, right? So even your faculties for memory are directly tied to your ability to observe. No observation, nothing really to remember, right? Because you're either in your head or you're projecting, you're not taking in pieces of information. So when somebody asks you a question, you go, I don't remember. You didn't take in the information to be able to draw on it later, right? So the more you observe, the more it turns into long-term memory, and then you can access those pieces of information. That's tied to how you can problem solve. Because sometimes what happens when you're problem solving, you go, okay, your mind always goes to what it's been exposed to in the past. If you didn't have a lot of information that you gathered and converted into long-term memory, your ability to problem solve is hampered because you don't have a lot of files up on the shelf, right? You just go, I just know what I know. I know what I was thinking. I know my projections. It's probably one of those, right? But when you observe a bunch of things, like, I'm not sure what that is, but I'll pay attention. I'll stick it on the shelf. Who knows, right? Then when it comes time to problem solve, you go, well, I have the things I think about and I have my projections, but I also have all this information that maybe there's something in one of these files. I'm not sure. You're able to draw it forth and problem solve to a much higher degree. So even your memory mechanisms are actually tied to this ability to problem solve, right? It's not just like I can't retain things. It's I can't retain things to also overcome obstacles, to perform, to draw things out on a dime, to be able to talk about something without being prepared, because now I can just go access the files, right? You have to be prepared because you don't have a lot on the shelf. You don't have a lot of files on the shelf, right? Observation is key. If you look at the four directions, the first direction is the west. I mean, depending on your tradition, the first direction is the west, and it's tied to awareness, observation, inner awareness, being aware and what's different. Like, this is the environment, this is me. Like, these things are happening are not me. I'm just observing these things. I'm observing all these pieces of information, right? So this piece here that we're doing If you get this down, this first piece, the other pieces become so much easier to treat because you have the awareness and the mind has been calmed so that all these other things are just little tweaks. You don't have this one. The other things are treatable. It's just it takes a lot more effort because you're having to overcome this stuff in your body and the mind not being super clear or super observant, right? So let's just practice this. Just be still. And again, just watch me for a second. I'll do it in real time. Okay, so you're going to inhale through your nose, exhale through your mouth. So this is what it looks like. And then you'll be still and you'll be aware of your body, just whatever jumps out at you, just like what we were doing before. My chest is a little tight on one side. My low back has a little tension. My hamstrings are feeling a little funny. I'm going to choose one and go, okay, put my awareness on that spot. And then you're just being still. Okay. So close your eyes, chin down to your chest. Inhale, moving your head up. Exhale, down. Inhale, 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 up. Exhale, down. Now just be still, be aware. Keep your eyes closed. Be aware of your body. Just be aware of your body. Whatever spot jumps out at you, just be aware of it. You're maintaining your stillness and awareness. Your awareness is on your body. If your mind starts to drift away, bring it back to the spot and just be still. You're still aware of your body. chin down to your chest. Inhale, moving your head up. Exhale, down. Inhale 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 up. Exhale, down. Just be still. You're aware of your body. Okay, look at me for a sec. So what you're doing is like when you're putting your awareness on the body, you have these little things, these little glitches in your body, right? That your mind is going to, just like your tongue is touching the sore in your mouth, right? So as you're putting your awareness in those spots, you're starting to basically put your attention and awareness on it, and you're starting to relax that. You're starting to unwind how those nerves were like firing together, right? Because there's that old saying, nerves that fire together are wired together. You're basically kind of unwinding them a little bit, right? So part of what's happening with your attention coming there, think of it like this. Anytime you have like a repetitive motion, like you have this like this ache or this pain in a part of your body, you have this health issue where something is compromised, you have something going on, it's a pattern that has been established in the body that is not natural to the body. Something's out of balance, something's not functioning right. You could say it's a repetitive pattern that is on like autopilot, so to speak, right? It basically is lacking light, right? When you have life force, your ability to evolve that, which in the body means heal that, like you're able to go through and heal that, is accelerated. It breaks up that pattern and then your body resolves it, right? So when you have these little glitches, they're just like these little patterns that are running on autopilot that makes your mind go, right? So when you put your attention and awareness on that, you're breaking it up. But what you're starting to do is you're starting to bring light into those situations. That is, you could say life force, you could say soul energy, you could say a combination of the two, but basically you're helping that to either release because it's a psychological energy, or if it's a physiological energy, you're helping to help it to evolve to more appropriate behavior or actions, right? So basically, like if you energize something with your hand and you're transferring energy, you're doing the same thing with your hand. Like if your chest hurts here, you're going to energize it, you're going to do Reiki or you do pranic healing or something where you move a bunch of energy to the spot. That's what you're doing, is you're breaking up this pattern. Here, you're doing self-healing, you're putting your attention and awareness on that spot, you're directing energy or life force to that area that is breaking up that repetitive pattern and allows the body to heal it, right? A lot of times when the body is not able to do it, to heal a situation, it's not able to break up that repetitive pattern. Like you're literally breaking up the pattern. Now, to amplify this, right? To amplify this, when you're sitting and being still, the first level is, okay, I'm being aware of my body, right? I'm being aware of my body. And then as you're being aware of your body, all of a sudden, sometimes certain emotions or thoughts will arise. You know, that person in the line yesterday was sure rude. Let it go. But they were really rude. I should have said this. I should have said that, or I should have not said this. Let it go. Instead of saying, let it go, you just sit and watch it like you did your body. Like, oh, very interesting. That person in the line was this or that. They said this, they said that. Okay. And you're just watching, right? So now you're breaking it up on a mental level. The goal is you do it in the body. If something arises in the mind, you observe it. But if everything stays quiet, you move your awareness to your nostrils, right to your nostrils. Like when everything's quiet, you go, okay, now I'm going to pay attention to the air that's moving in and out of my nostrils. I'm not following the breath in. I'm not going and trying to exhale a bunch. My awareness is on the nostrils, and I'm just watching how my breath fluctuates as the air goes in and out of my nostrils, right? As you sit and are still with this, the pineal gland starts to highly activate, right? And inside the pineal gland is a thing called the mental permanent seed. The mental permanent seed, which breaks up the mental patterns in your body through emanating light into the different areas that it's being directed, right? You are starting to activate this blue pearl or this mental permanent seed that's starting to affect the mind because it's bringing light into the mind. But wherever you put your attention on, wherever you were putting your awareness is on your nostrils, light starts to highly penetrate these areas, right? So first level is, okay, awareness is on the body. And then if no thoughts arise, then just let it go. Go right to the breath. If some thoughts arise like, yeah, I bought bananas last week and I never ate them. I got to throw them away. Didn't get gas in the car. Okay, be still. You start doing the monkey mind thing, right? You just don't try to make it go away. Just observe it. Yep, my mind's chattering a lot. Okay, just keep observing it. And pretty soon, if you try to make it go away, you actually are feeding the thought. So you're just basically watching it starve to death. You're just going, okay, I'm just going to observe it. I'm just going to observe it. And pretty soon it disperses like a cloud, right? It passes like a cloud, right? Changes shape a few times and then it just floats away. And then when everything starts to feel a little bit quiet, you shift your awareness to your nostrils. And then there is a greater level of expansion within your body. Your light is literally starting to fill up with your body is filling up with light, right? Now, as your body fills up with light, those little things that we were checking in on, right? Those little repetitive patterns, when the light comes in, a lot of times it's not strong enough to be able to penetrate those, right? So because you put your awareness on these different spots, all of a sudden, light starts to go into those spots. And then pretty soon, the light gets stronger in the body. And then pretty soon, it can penetrate things on its own. And pretty soon, you don't even have to direct it. But at first, you have to direct it. Think of it like this. In India, if there's a great teacher, a great yogi, people of that tradition, what do they usually do? Like if they see a great teacher, they try to touch the feet of the teacher and then they touch their head, right? They touch their head. So if you don't know anything about energy, you go, well, it's maybe a weird kind of sign of respect or something, like, it's a little bit odd, right? Then you could say, well, if the teacher is developed, even their feet is more than like the normal person, it's activating. That is true too. What does that even mean? From the knee down, and somebody who has harnessed this ability to process light, the light is super dense and almost physical from the knee down. Like when it gets to the feet, it's almost physicalized. So when they touch and they go like this, it's physicalized light. It's not just like, oh, that energy of that teacher is something and I'm going to touch this. It's literally physicalized light that will physicalize as if you've been doing that meditation for years and years and years. It's dense. It starts to break things up, starts to change your physiology, it changes your emotions, it changes your mental processes because it's so dense. What we're trying to do is bring in the light first, and then to keep making it denser and denser and denser and denser and denser, so that the body shifts and changes, which affects our emotions, affects our mind, and then eventually, either if you're a Christian or whatever, you experience the soul. If you're Buddhist, you experience the Buddha nature, whatever language or verbiage you like to use, right? So we're going to do all of this. We're going to practice the pieces, and then we're going to do it all together, right? We're going to do it all together, right? So we were doing it without oils, the Lama Yoga. We're going to do that again. So everything out of your hands. You're just going to be still for a moment. Pin down to your chest. Inhale up. Exhale down. 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 Just be still. Be aware. Your eyes are closed. Be aware of your body. Just whatever spot jumps out at you. Your awareness is on the body. Your attention drifts away, redirect it back to the body. If thoughts begin arising in your mind, just observe the thoughts. Don't engage them, just watch them, just observe them. Let's have you move your awareness to your nostrils. You're just observing your nostrils. Notice how transient your breath is. You're not controlling your breath. You're just observing your nostrils. Keep observing your nostrils. Move your awareness to the compromised part of your body. Whatever it was, that jaw, that shoulder, that hip, that back. And with that awareness on that spot, inhale the oils. Inhale whatever oil you've been using. Your awareness is on that compromised spot. Try to maintain your stillness as you inhale on that part of your body.
Someone's asking, is it okay to change oils to another one at this point?
Sure. Yeah, that sounds fine. So you're aware of that compromised part of your body, that bad shoulder, back, whatever it is, and you're taking long, slow, deep breath. Now let the inhalation go for a moment. And again, just body awareness. Just be aware of your body, whatever part jumps out, wherever your attention goes. Doesn't have to make sense. If there's a little tension, a little twitch, a little heaviness, And with your awareness on that part of your body, start taking some long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let go of everything. Your eyes are closed. You're just being still. Again, just be aware of your body. Anything that jumps out at you, just be aware. Okay, no oils. Your chin is down to your chest. Inhale up. Exhale down. Inhale through your nose, moving your head up. Exhale through your mouth. Down. Inhale up. Exhale 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 down. Up. Down. Up. Down. Just be still. Your eyes are closed. You're being aware of your body. Anything that jumps out at you, a weird tension, a little glitch. If things are bubbling up in your mind, a thought, just observe it. Now move your awareness to the nostrils. Just observe the air as it moves in and out of your nostrils. Okay, take it up for a second. Notice how your mind feels, right? It feels a little quieter, a little calmer. Think of times when your mind is in an agitated state. It is the opposite of what's happening right now, right? So even during the week, you don't have to sit down and do the whole protocol. You could just sit down, do a little bit of the Lama yoga, do the thing where your awareness is on different parts of your body. In like 5-10 minutes, you pull yourself out of this agitated state, right? So again, let's recap why it's important, right? So part of it is you're unwinding the body, right? You're unwinding things that are stuck in the body. areas where you could just say in a simplified way, your mind gets fixated on different spots of the body because of discomfort, pain, something being compromised, a little glitch in the nervous system, or things from the environment, right? Now, when the mind gets agitated, sometimes it's a thought form, it's a repetitive thought going on in your head. So by doing the Lama Yoga, you're breaking up the thought form, and inhaling the oil with your awareness on different parts of the body, you're breaking it down, right? And then by going through and doing this, you're moving the energy from the lower centers up to the upper centers. And you could say when your mind is agitated, the lower centers are overactivated, the upper centers are underactivated, right? They don't have enough energy in them. You could also say your left brain is overactivated, your right brain is underactivated, right? And there's very little communication between the two sides. By doing the practice with the oils and by doing the practice with the Lama Yoga, you're breaking down the thought form, you're moving the energy from the lower centers up to the higher centers, and you're making the left brain and the right brain get along. You're making them communicate with each other. You're balancing them out, right? So as you go through and do this, a lot of things are happening. It feels like you might not be doing very much, but by calming the mind and putting your attention on different spots of the body, you're literally unwinding some of these mechanisms, right? If you do this on a regular basis, you'll just start to notice that when something upsetting happens, you still might get upset, but it goes from a 10 down to like a 4, right? And then even then you can go, well, nothing I can do about it. So, or this is how I'm going to problem solve it. Like I'll think it through, I'll do this, and then I'll do it at the right time, whatever it might be. So this amplifies your cognitive abilities, your ability to observe, and then your ability to problem solve. Now, once we've gone through and do this, just for this little segment, let's ice the cake. There might be a little emotion attached to something coming in. There might be a little thought. There might be a little physical contamination. Doesn't matter. We're going to pull out a stick of dynamite and blow it out of the energy body, right? In a gentle, loving kindness kind of way, right? So in your kit, the ones that had the kit, I think we did cypress wood.
Yeah.
Cypress wood. You could also use African bluegrass. You could also use Palo Santo. And so take a minute to pull that together. Yeah, it's a fancy one. Yeah. It's super rare. It comes out of I think it comes off a island in off of Turkey or something. I can't remember where it was.
Cypress wood?
Mhm. Yeah, super fancy. It's only like a couple kilos of it made a year. Apparently, you know a guy who buys it all up.
Okay.
Okay, so now begin inhaling. You're inhaling the oil in through the nose, out through the mouth. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus, which is your upper abdomen below your ribs. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths on your upper abdomen. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the back solar plexus, which is the mid back area. Below your shoulder blades on the back side, the mid back area. Taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. And then the soles of your feet. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus, below your ribs, on your upper abdomen. Your back solar plexus. Your back heart. Your awareness is on your back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Long, slow, deep breath. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just let go. Notice how you feel. Notice your body, your emotions, your mind. Notice your thoughts. Think of difficulties that you've been having over the last several weeks where it's kind of a little bit active, And think about it and just watch how your mind reacts or doesn't react to the situation as you observe it. Okay, before we go on break, let's just do a little bit, share your experiences, ask questions. And Cynthia, you had a question a little bit back? I answered it. Okay. And so let's go ahead and unmute yourselves, type in, raise your hand. The lady over here to the left.
So is cypress wood the only one you can use? Could you use regular cypress here?
Cypress wood actually works quite better. She's asking, could you use just regular cypress? It would work, it just doesn't work as well. Otherwise I would have listed it. The one that you actually could use here is charcoal root cleanser. Yeah. I tried to keep the list simple, so sometimes I added blend, sometimes I didn't. But
The cypress wood smells like creosote. It's the stuff that they put on railroad ties.
oh yeah,
It
probably
smells so much like it. And when I looked at creosote,
it's
it
made
said
from
that it retains water. So I wonder if it has some natural
retaining water.
or protects, I don't.
Cypress is always, yeah. Cypress is always like, has a protective quality to like cypress wood, for example, doesn't break down like other woods. Like it's just, they find pieces of cypress like furniture that are in a cave like 3,000 or 4,000 years old, and you can still use it. Like you can sit down, and it needs to have a little reupholstery work done, but it's still pretty solid. Yeah. So, anybody else?
Yeah, go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Miss Laura.
Greg, good morning. I
Hi.
have a question from the very beginning of the session. When you were
Yes.
talking about sage and how it's a protective component for the brain and nervous system, and you were talking about, kind of a preventative, just not necessarily preventative, but it's not going to hurt you definitely for Alzheimer's or Parkinson's.
Yeah. There's actually, I'm saying this based on a study that was done not too long ago. And I think it came out of France, and they were actually looking at it for prevention for dementia and Alzheimer's. And they said that the sage has such a natural neuroprotective quality that any sort of neurological degeneration that can happen, either because of an injury or like just later in life as you get older, sometimes the nerves just don't work as well. Sage is a phenomenal way to protect the nervous system, even like if the body is toxic or full of inflammation. It's a way to offset that and potentially prevent some of the symptoms. Like it won't necessarily cure the condition, but it definitely diminishes the potentials. And there's that blend nerve help that we made. It's around the classes, but it's for like really chronic pain syndromes and something like that. And basically, like what that does, it's got a bunch of sage in it, and it's got other things in it as well. But basically, it helps to re-educate the nerve, like it protects the nerve and helps the nerve to fire in a more appropriate way. So a lot of times when your body is not responding to normal treatment, you can put that on to help unwind the way the nervous system is firing in that particular area. So there's been a couple of people where we've used a whole bunch of different things to try to resolve their pain issues and combinations, and it worked. It just wasn't great. And all we switched to was just use the nerve help, and it produced a result. And it's just because the nerves were not, functioning properly. And so sage calms down the sensory nerves, which is sending the pain impulses to the brain, but it allows the motor nerve to like behave more appropriately, you could say. Because part of the issue is like you start having misalignments in the body, your motor nerves start going, yeah, this is what we're just going to do now. Like, let's not rehash this. I'll do it. Let's commit. Done deal. Right. And so your body does never really go back and go, yeah, that's causing a bunch of other problems. Let's undo that. It just always is moving forward. Right. So the sage allows you to like kind of pump the brakes and allows the nervous system to kind of go back to the way it's supposed to be. So when they say neurological regeneration, It's actually not the most accurate way to say it. Like, it would be better to say neurological re-education. You're re-educating the nervous system function to function more appropriately.
Okay, so that brings up the question, the practical question for me. Would you, if you want to put this into a daily practice, or, you know, a more, or something once a week or whatever, would you do
I
Lama
would do
yoga?
daily
with
if you don't necessarily need to, like, if you're just using it for prevention for like neurological issues, 4 or 5 drops on the wrist, do this, inhale it 3 or 4 times, call it good. Like, it's literally that simple. You just need to get it in the blood every day.
Wow.
I mean, if you do the Lama yoga, that would be great too. But as far as just protecting the nerves and the brain and everything, just several drops on the wrist, rub it together, inhale a little bit, call it good.
Okay, so when you were talking about the Nerve Help blend, does that also help with inflammation?
Yes.
So would
It's
you
not
put,
it's not its primary thing, but it does have anti-inflammatory properties to it.
would you put that on your wrists and on the infected, the affected area?
You could. It is kind of regenerating to the nervous system, but it's especially good on the affected area. Like, if you had to choose one, the affected area. But there's times where I put it on my wrist to inhale it just to calm down like my whole nervous system.
Very cool. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Yeah. Yeah, I used to travel with a really big bottle of it, but I'd get to places and like family or friends or something, I'd go, yeah, here, go ahead and just keep my bottle or whatever. And it would be like 3 or 4 ounces at a time because it was my personal thing. So I started traveling with little small bottles, like the regular size bottles, because like I kept giving it out to everybody, you know, my family and like friends and stuff. And so, I mean, I traveled with a big bottle because that's how good it worked. Yeah. Now, if I have something flare up and I'm at one of the places where I left the bottle, they usually have some left over and I just use what I left up. Like that happened out in California. I was like, I slept a little wrong. I woke up. My person there, you know, remember Val, she came out, she goes, you left this last time. And, you know, it was like half gone, but I was like, put it on, boom, took it right out. Nerve Help. Nerve Help, which is a blend of. Yeah. Anybody else?
Yeah, go ahead, Deborah, then Sonia.
Hey, Deborah.
Hi. This is a very exciting start to the class.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
And it's going to be an exciting start to your vacation in a few days.
exactly. Thank you for remembering. So this is the last little piece that I've been trying to prepare for on how I'm going to work through on my cycling is all this stuff in my shoulder. And so I have the answer now. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Good. I'm glad I helped.
Yeah. And so, and then since COVID and the stress of my marriage, divorce, and all the changes, my brain does not function. And it has always been really detail oriented. And I've just started to live with it, but it sounds like stage. Sorry.
Yeah, it's probably brain fatigue. I mean, going through all that, you know, it's a super stressful thing. There's a lot of change, you know, there's emotion, you have conflict, you know, all those things, all those contribute to brain fatigue. You know, a lot of times brain fatigue can be very temporary, but there's times where it can last and last and last. And then if it keeps lasting for a period of time, it will actually start to turn into health issues. You know? But,
so
yeah, it's probably this is just some brain fatigue.
Yeah, so I'm really super excited about trying this daily sage on the wrist. I've been using the basil. The basil really helps with.
Keep doing both, like because they do different things. Keep doing them both. Yeah, keep doing them both.
Great.
Yeah.
So there's several sages that you offer. One that I have is Sage Triloba. But I
Yeah, that one
haven't.
works fine. Yeah,
Okay,
that
great.
works fine. Yeah, yeah,
Thank you.
like sage, Dalmatian sage, just regular sage, Spanish sage, all are solid choices and good bang for your buck. You know what I mean? There's like way fancier sages, way more expensive. I don't know that they work any better. They work better for other things, but for this, just your good old fashioned sage. Just whichever smell works for you. You're like, it's the weekend. I'm going to do triloba, but during the week, I'm going to do Spanish. However you want to do it. However you want to do it.
I like you making so much fun out of it. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah,
All right.
That's kind of literally what I do. Like today, I feel like this kind of sage, but tomorrow I'm going to use this different sage. Like, like you do with like wine or cheese or something like that. Yeah, you do it with oils. Keeps it fun.
Can I ask you a quick question that has nothing to do with this?
Sure.
I've sort of got a connection with Raphael recently, and I was wondering what oils are in the Raphael oil. If you don't know off the top of your head, I don't want to take everyone's time on that. It's just been a really strong curiosity. Does it have any Palo Santo in it by chance?
Is it the regular one or the premium?
Either.
Either. So regular is myrtle, cashmere lavender, lang lang, cypress, geranium, benzoin, lime kaffir, St. John's wort, and petitgrain. And then the premium is St. John's wort, angelica, melissa, kava kava, and lemon myrtle.
Thank you very, very much.
You're so
And go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
So what does memory support have in it and how does it compare to Sage?
Memory support is, I can have to look it up, but it's more about stimulating circulation and oxygen to the brain. Right. Give me a second. I can tell you exactly what's in it. It's rosemary, golden eucalyptus, basil, sage, petitgrain, and peppermint.
What kind of eucalyptus?
Golden eucalyptus.
What eucalyptus?
Golden.
I'll type it in.
Golden,
please.
golden, okay.
Yeah.
You got it.
Anybody else?
Yeah, does burning sage as an incense or smudging work the same way for brain fatigue?
In theory, you would just have to burn the whole bundle and hold it in front of your face. Like I'm literally kind of joking, but not joking. It would take so much of the sage. One thing is like you could drink like a sage tea. There's a couple companies that make like a sage tea, but still you'd have to drink so much. That's the beauty of working with essential oils is, like 2 or 3 drops of that sage on your wrist is probably like drinking a whole canister of the tea, maybe even more so. And so like burning the sage, I mean, it does a little bit, but not enough to be therapeutic like how we're talking about.
How is cypress wood and regular cypress different?
Regular cypress comes from the leaves, and cypress wood comes out obviously from the wood. And so a lot of times when it comes from the wood versus the leaves, it has some different properties because it has like different chemistry. And so still good for accumulation, still good for those kinds of things, but a much stronger impact on the psyche. Like both are good for like breaking down like thought forms, you could say, like in the mind. Cypress wood's a little bit better for that, but cypress wood is much more cleansing to the emotional body than regular cypress would be. Cypress wood is also a bit more fortifying to the nerves. Like the cypress is a little bit fortifying to the nerves. Cypress wood is very fortifying to the nerves. So
I share, I used Palo Santo for this one.
Mm,
It
good.
made my body feel cold.
that's expelling. Yeah.
Question, sage versus rosemary for nerves in the brain?
Sage has a bit more of an impact on the fatigue component. Rosemary has more of an impact on increasing circulation, blood, and oxygen levels. So it depends on what you're trying to treat.
Does diffusing sage have the same effect as putting on and then inhaling it?
On the skin would be much more potent, but diffusing it in the area would still have a therapeutic effect. The stronger one would be putting it on the skin, though.
Why would tinnitus get worse doing protocols or smelling the oils? I think they may be having that experience.
Tinnitus is actually not necessarily ringing in the ears, but it's like misfiring in the brain. With doing this particular protocol or other protocols.
Any of the sniffing
Yeah.
of the oils for?
Yeah, something's misfiring in the brain there. Like I would say maybe do the sage component. We're going to talk about sage by itself here in a little bit. I'd probably do the sage quite a bit just to strengthen and fortify the brains a bit. Sometimes if the brain is too overwhelmed with sensory information, something like that can happen. So calming down all the sensory nerves of the body, fortifying the brain is probably the best thing to do at this point.
So just kind of an interesting, I read a story in a place in Japan where there's no dementia. They discovered it was a large clary sage tree that was outside the temple where everyone spent a lot of time, and that was the reason.
Oh, check that out. Okay, so we are going to take a little break, and it's about, how about we'll take about a 15-minute break and come back at, how about 30 after? We'll take a break and come back on the half hour. So I'll see you in about 15 minutes. Let's come on back. Now, this next one that we're going to do is tied to hyperactivity or hyperreactivity of the sensory nerves. So think of it like this. Your brain can process so much sensory information, right? Then what happens is sometimes when the body becomes a little bit toxic, especially when the lymphatic system is stagnant, which is, think of the lymphatic system is your sanitation department. You know, it's the garbage man that comes by once a week, scoops everything up, throws it in the truck. The back of the house is nice again, right? And then a week goes by and it's like, gotta get rid of this stuff, right? Same thing happens in the body. You have excess fluid, you have toxic material, you have metabolic debris, you have lactic acid, all these things. It needs to be scooped up and then eliminated, out of the body. Now, if it doesn't happen, what happens is the body is holding on to it. It starts depositing it in some of the tissue, and then the sensory nerves start firing at a much more rapid rate. So a perfect example of this is chronic fatigue syndrome and fibromyalgia. The nerves are firing at probably 10 times the normal rate. So if you look, like they say, like, oh, my hand hurts. But if you look at the hand, there's no inflammation, there's no anything, but a spot on their hand hurts, right? those nerves are super overstimulated, sending so much information to the brain, where then the brain becomes fatigued, right? So a lot of fatigue syndromes for the brain are an overstimulation of the sensory nerves, just too much information going up. Then the brain starts going, I gotta process this, just start dumping it in places. And think about when somebody comes and asks you, okay, I need you to do this, I need you to do that, and then I need you to do this, but before you do that, I need you to go to the store. You keep taking in information and so you just go, too much information, I can't handle this. And you just shut down. You're like, enough. You have to write it down for me. I have to have a list. I have to be able to cross things off my list. Your brain does the same thing with the nervous system. When too much information is coming to the brain, then the brain gets overwhelmed and just kind of shuts down. It becomes fatigued and shuts down. So this is actually tied to a certain extent to spleen function. When the spleen is strong, the body is strong, it means your brain has the energy to process sensory information. When the spleen is depleted, the brain's ability to process that sensory information goes down significantly, right? Now, the spleen just so happens, coincidentally, to be the largest lymphatic vessel. So this idea between the lymphatic system and the sensory nerves, they're hand in hand, right? So in old Kabbalistic writings, in old Kabbalistic teachings associated with the spleen chakra, they say like one of the qualities of a healthy spleen chakra is this person has good common sense. They have really super good common sense, right? And the common sense aspect in the esoteric teachings is the common sensory organ is the brain that processes the sight, the smell, the taste, the touch, the hearing, right? It's the common factor. It's processing all this information. So when a person can process all the sensory information and then cognitively make a decision rather than just react, which happens when you're fatigued, right? They would say in ancient times, that person has very good common sense, right? Common sense. They're not overwhelmed. They're not reactive. They sit and they think it out. They look both sides. They take in all the information and they process it. That's common sense. If you just have a bunch of information hit your brain and you go, let's do this. And then the person goes, well, but then there's this other piece of information. Well, then let's do that. Then there's this other piece of information. Then let's do that. You're just reacting. That is, your brain doesn't have the energy to process what's happening. It's not that you're not smart. It's that your brain doesn't have the fuel to process. You could say intelligence is an octane issue. How much octane do you have in the brain? How much energy do you have in the brain? How much fuel do you have in the brain? A lot of fuel, you're able to process things to a much higher degree. Not very much fuel, you're able to cope, but you're just in a more reactive state. We want to pull ourselves out of the reactive state because as we start to go down the road of self-image, reactions usually end up with, you could say, not the best outcomes, which then makes us think a certain way about ourselves, right? So if we have the ability to process up front, then we can change our imagery later, right? But you got to have the fuel to do it. You got to have the building material to do it in the first stage, right? So with that, you have a couple of choices. Sage would be really good here. If you have some form of sage, vetiver works incredibly well here as well, and either blue tansy or dark blue tansy. Any of the sages will work, by the way.
Blue Mountain Sage, okay?
What's that?
Blue Mountain Sage.
Yeah, oh yeah. If you want to be extra super fancy, I support you in that. Love some Blue Mountain Sage. I think it's just Spanish sage. Okay. So again, check in with your body real quick. Let's just see how you feel. Okay. And begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your feet. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your feet. You're still with your awareness on your feet. And then the lower legs, like from the knee down to the ankle, including the ankle. Your awareness is on the front, the sides, the back. Then your knees, your awareness is on your knees, the front, the sides, the back, especially the back of the knee. And your thighs, your awareness is on your thighs, your upper leg. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on your upper legs, your thighs. Your low back, or excuse me, your pelvis, the front, the sides, the back, and also the floor of the pelvis. Just your whole pelvic area. the low back and the lower abdominal area. Your whole abdominal cavity from the area below your ribs down to your belt line. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. The mid back area, the middle of your back. Your chest and your upper back, your whole upper torso area, your chest area and your upper back, shoulder blades, between the shoulder blades, the sides of the shoulder blades, just the whole upper torso. Then just be still for a moment. Give yourself a break. Just relax. You feel up to it, put a couple drops on your wrist and then rub your wrists together. You don't have to, but sage is in several cultures considered a cure-all because it does so many things for the body, especially when the body is fatigued, either physical or brain fatigue. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the tops of your shoulder. The top of the shoulder here, like up in this area, especially that spot between the neck and the shoulder, that little tender spot. Your arms, like your upper arms, your elbows, your forearms, your hands, your fingers, your fingertips, your fingernails. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your neck, all the way around, from the base all the way up to the top of your neck, the front, the sides, the back. There's a part of your neck that hurts. Focus a little bit more on that area. Inhale with your awareness on the neck. Your jaws, your awareness is on the jaws. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your whole head, the sides, the top, the back, your whole head. Your awareness is on your brain, both sides of your brain. Your forehead, where the hairline is, the forehead. and forehead and backhead at the same time. Just be still, be aware, and let go. Just be still. Notice how you're feeling, your body, your emotions, your mind. Compare your mind to yesterday. Isn't it a little bit quieter? When we can calm down our brain and our lower mind enough, the mind with a big M comes in, the higher mental body. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on your feet. Your awareness is on your feet. We're doing the application again. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your feet. Your lower legs, like your shin, your calves. Your knees and your thighs at the same time. Awareness is on your knees and your thighs at the same time. Your pelvis, the front, sides, the floor of the pelvis, the back side. The low back and the low abdomen, your lower abdomen. The whole abdominal cavity. From under your ribs all the way down to your belt line. Your mid back area. And then your chest and your upper back. And then be still, be aware, just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Just be still. Begin inhaling again, the top of your shoulders. Your arms, your forearms, your hands, your fingers. Your neck. Your jaws and your whole head. Your brain. Your forehead. Your forehead and back head at the same time.
Just be still, be aware, just let everything go. Let everything go. Maintain your stillness. We're going to let the oils go for a minute and we're going to do the Lama Yoga again. So chin down to your chest, no oils. You're just going to inhale, moving your head up. Exhale through the mouth, head down. Inhale up. Exhale down. Inhale up. Exhale down. Inhale up. Exhale down. Inhale up. Exhale down. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Inhale again. Continue to inhale and exhale. And then just be still. Keep your eyes closed. Maintain your stillness. Your awareness is on your body, just somewhere on your body, whatever jumps out at you. Your mind starts to drift away. Bring your attention back to the body. Your awareness is on part of the body. You're just being still. If something starts to bubble up in the mind, just observe it. Be aware of your lower legs, your shin, your calf, and your lower leg. Just find the area where there's the most tension or where there's the most discomfort, just in that little area. As you gently explore, you find your spot, keep your awareness there, and just be still. Keep your awareness on the lower leg. Whatever area has a little discomfort, just in that lower leg area, just keep your awareness there. Move your awareness to your leg, your thigh. Explore that area, especially the hamstrings, the backside of your leg. Find the area that has tension or discomfort. Put your awareness there on that part of your body. Really keep your awareness on that part of the body in your thigh. In your hips, your pelvis, the floor, the front, the side, the back. Pick the spot where there's a little bit of tension or something's compromised. Keep your awareness on that spot. Let everything go. Chin down to your chest. Inhale, moving your head up. Exhale, down. Inhale, up. Exhale, down. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Just be still. How about we just inhale the sage again a few more times, non-specifically, just inhale the sage. And then just be still. Just be still for a minute, just be still. Keep your eyes closed. then this time, your awareness on whatever part of your body is compromised, shoulder, back, hip, jaw, knee, liver. Your awareness is on that spot, and take long, slow, deep breaths with the sage. Yeah. Yeah, if you were using a different oil other than sage, you can use whatever oil you've been using. And then just be still. Notice your body, your emotions, your mind. Okay, let's shake it off for a moment. We're going to come back and revisit this. So this isn't going to be your only exposure. I want to make sure that you guys feel very confident with this by the time the end of the day. But think about it like this. You know, you had your experience right now where we're going through and we're calming the body, we're calming the emotions, we're calming the sensory nerves. But think about like how we were talking about at the very beginning, where we're looking at it from the point of view of how the emotional mental body work together, or how meditation happens, right? So meditation, you calm the body, right? You calm the body, and in that stillness, the seed for greater emotional activity is there. Then you calm the emotional body, the seed for greater mental activity is there, right? Then you calm the mind, the seed for greater spiritual activity is there, right? You don't force the spiritual activity, you engage the step, the first step, and then it's a chain reaction, right? It just goes boom, 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 right? So you don't do meditation like running in place, you sit and you're being still. Your body is still, you're not moving your head around, you're not doing anything, you're just being still. And that stillness, all of a sudden, the heart is able to activate to a much higher degree, right? Okay, so now you're sitting there in the stillness, your body's not moving, but you have these little things that are moving in your body, these little patterns that are on repeat, right? So if you notice, like as you put your attention on them, you're like, okay, this area feels a little weird, or it hurts, or it's got a little tension in it. And you sit there and go, okay, I'm gonna put my awareness on it. Okay. And then pretty soon you're starting to expand, right? You're calming the body to a higher degree that then starts the heart to expand. Then the heart calms down, like the emotional body calms down, then the mental body expands. Then the mind comes down and you start to expand your consciousness and awareness out of your body, right? So you've already calmed your body by being still, but as you go through and you go, okay, there's a little weird tension in my body right there. I'm gonna sit with it or relax it. I'm gonna breathe into it. Okay, my back hurts a little bit. Relax into that. And then pretty soon you're like, okay, what was I doing? Okay, yeah, my hips, I'll relax my hips. Every time you calm that down, you're calming the body down, which directly will correlate to how much the heart can activate. If you're sitting still, but there's a bunch of activity going on in your body, the activation of the heart can only be so much. But if you sit and you're still and you keep going deeper and deeper of calming down these little patterns and the agitation in your body, you just keep getting calmer and calmer. The greater the heart can activate, and then eventually the greater the mind can activate, the more clear your mind can be, the more penetrating your mind can be. And then even then, it becomes calm and more spiritual energy comes in, right? Which has an even deeper effect on cleansing the mind. So as you go through and do this, it's physically healing, it's psychologically healing, and the deepest form of psychotherapy is increased connection to the higher soul. You know, the soul, you see this in the story of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, the seven dwarfs representing the seven classic chakras, right? Snow White symbolizing the sacred fire or the Kundalini energy that lays dormant in the basic chakra or by the basic chakra, which is feminine, right? So this is why it's a princess. When the prince comes down and kisses the princess, the prince being the higher soul, as it kisses the princess, what happens? All the dwarves get bigger and brighter in the thing from Walt Disney. You see in the story, all the dwarves get like brighter and they become like a happier version of themselves, a better version of themselves, right? But what does Snow White do? She cleans the house and feeds the dwarves. Right? She cleans the house and feeds the dwarves. So when you are cultivating this stillness, what starts to happen is energy starts to move up, and it's cleaning house in the energy centers, cleaning your body, cleaning your nervous system, and it's feeding the body. It's making the energy centers bigger. It makes them pump more, right? So by going through and doing this practice, it's not just good for your body, your emotions, it's very good for your mind. But you could say, without doing some sort of practice with sustained awareness, one cannot really consciously experience the higher soul. This is actually considered an inner teaching from several traditions. The place where it's probably talked about the best is Paramahansa Yogananda. And he does it in this way where he talks about the inhalation being surrendered to the exhalation being surrendered to the inhalation. And at some point, there is a unity or a harmony between the breath. And in that moment, you begin to experience the soul or the light. In Astara, we just refer to that as Lama Yoga, right? In the Buddhist tradition, they would call it Zen, or Dhyan in India, Dhyan or Dhyana, right? It's the same idea. It's just sustained awareness. In the indigenous practices, it is the aspect of the West, sitting with the West, the energy of the West. You're sitting in observation. It has a healing effect on many, many levels, all at once. Should we do questions or after lunch or? Okay, do you want to share experiences or ask questions? We're going to break for lunch and do more after, but let's go ahead and share experiences if you want, or if you don't want to talk, I get it. You can unmute, type in. You guys can flag me down or throw something at me. Yeah.
I know it's, like, I can't say when it happened, like,
Mhm.
but, at a couple of stillness points, the back heart started releasing.
Yeah, so she said like you were doing the Lama Yoga part, or yeah, I think at the end, she said like the back heart would start to release things. And so a lot of times when what you're releasing, like if you were to put it under the microscope, you're like, okay, I'm putting my awareness, I don't know why I keep pointing to this part of my chest, but like, something's right there. So you keep putting your attention there, and then finally it kind of starts breaking up. A lot of times how that registers in your physiology and your brain is trauma, right? It's even if it wasn't like somebody poked you there or somebody, it's just, it could be like a mechanical stress. It could be, you strained something and there's like a little bit of tension there. But as you look at what the energy of what it is, it releases as trauma, which would hit the back heart. And then that's why, you're releasing it. And so a lot of times, even when you have like negative experiences from when you're young, emotionally, mentally, you might go through and release some of it, but there's a lot of conditioning that still happens in the body. As you release it, it actually a lot of times comes out the back heart. So like when it starts to feel like it's coming out the back heart, you can literally go, pay dirt, I hit something. So I'm gonna keep working it. And so yeah, like you don't even have to know what it is. You just go, because a lot of times it's not gonna make sense to your mind. A lot of times it's not even like this person said this and then it hurt my feelings. It's just I rolled my ankle and then, who knows what it is. It's just stuff in the body. It doesn't matter. Just take the garbage out. Yeah. Anybody else?
We had someone share, I use Blue Mountain Sage. My body feels chilly, especially on the arms. The same effect with the Palo Santo with the last application.
Yeah. Sometimes when a lot of spiritual energy is coming in, it makes you a little cold. Sometimes when the energy is moving up and it's in the process of regulating, it'll make you feel a little warm. So it's just one of the channels is being more active than the other.
Knocked out.
Yeah, this is a good one to calm everything down.
I am definitely expelling. My back heart felt that way. Someone I know is experiencing acute mental strain and fatigue, and this entire process would be too much. What is a good place to begin before doing what we have done? Just inhaling sage, knee on the feet or wrists, open the suggestions.
Mental strain or mental stress. Can we elaborate a little bit more and I can give you a detail? It's like it's picking between two oils, so I just need a little bit more information.
And you can type in specifics, mental stress, work related.
Mental stress, probably, I mean, sage might work, but I would probably do basil. Like basil, you can actually even do lavender. Basil would work a lot better, but inhaling basil non-specifically, it doesn't have to be chakras. Just inhale basil like 25, 30 times and probably a couple of drops in water and then drink it 1 to 2 times a day. One of the best things for mental stress.
I feel discomfort or heaviness on the left side of my body.
The left side. Yeah, it looks like the left side of your body is a bit more congested. Doing the work with the brain, it's just some things are moving. Just get up and move around, like walk around and like do some twists and things like that. It should balance out.
I inhaled Blue Mountain Sage. On the first round, when my awareness was on the whole head, I saw deer's head, as if it was my head. Very strange. Nearly fell asleep afterwards, and my bad knee is very talkative now. LOL. So wonderful to be here.
Deer head, huh? A very druid of you. Yeah, I'm sure that has some sort of symbolism for you. I'd maybe write that down and just pay attention to it. I mean, that is very kind of druidish. So sometimes we just get imagery from different traditions and. Yeah.
What's the best suggestion for brain fog?
Brain fog is a byproduct of poor lymphatic movement, so lymphatic stimulation. Yeah.
If your head person said lucky me. And is Blue Mountain Sage substantially stronger than the other sages for this process?
Yeah. I mean, the Blue Mountain Sage is much more activating to the blue pearl, like the pineal gland. And so it brings in more light. As far as calming down the sensory nerves, it's probably about the same, but it does bring in more light than just normal sages. That's why I was like yes and no. Like, yeah. Okay. All right, you guys. So we are going to break for lunch. And we're going to come back and we're going to be doing more. So that won't be the last time we do the Lama Yoga. Instead of doing a big long session, I thought we'd just do little bits of it so your body can acclimate to it. And but let's come back. Let's do an hour and a half break. We'll come back at 2:05. So we'll come back in an hour and a half. Yeah. Hey, everybody. Thanks for coming on back. Sorry, I'm running a little late. Let's see, we did. Okay, so let's go to the top of page 2, where we're just addressing just straight up brain fatigue. Your Sage is the best. So if you have other things, do your best, but some form of sage, just regular sage, Spanish sage, sage triloba, Australian sage, Dalmatian sage, all pretty solid. Okay, so let you kind of find something there.
Yep, sacred sage.
Yeah, Sacred Sage will work. Blue Mountain Sage, any of those will work.
Is there any that's the best?
They're all pretty solid. I would say regular sage works better here than clary sage, but other than that, they're all pretty solid.
Starting with clary.
Clary's not as potent. Yeah, yeah. Okay. And so here we're going to go through a pattern that is just strengthening and fortifying to the body and then augmented by strengthening the brain itself. Okay. So notice how you feel, notice your mind, notice your thoughts, the quality of your thoughts. And then begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your navel. In long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the navel.
Thank you.
And then move your awareness to the spleen, which is the left-hand side below your ribs. The left-hand side of your body below your ribs. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your spleen. Now move your awareness to the palms of your hands. Your awareness is on the palms of your hands. And then the soles of your feet. So at this point, you've done navel, spleen, palms, and soles of the feet. This is very strengthening and fortifying to the body. Just at this point, is very strengthening and fortifying to the body. This usually right here will start to offset some of the brain fatigue, right? But we're still going to go through and do brain, forehead, back head. This will be a little bit of an extra boost to the brain itself. So you're moving from your awareness being on the soles to the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. Both sides of the brain. Long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the forehead, where the hairline is. In your back head. Your awareness is on your back head. And just be still. This one little piece here is one of the best things for just trying to offset the brain fatigue. Just be still. Begin inhaling. We're going to do that same application again. Your awareness is on the navel. Your spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs. Your palms. Your awareness is on your palms. The soles of your feet. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. The brain. Your awareness is on the brain. the forehead. Your awareness is on the forehead. Your awareness is on your forehead. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then the back head. Just be still, be aware. Just be still. Maintain your stillness and awareness. And because this is just such an important one, we're going to do another cycle. We'll do one more cycle. Notice how your brain feels right now. Like, notice your mind. It's not so much like, oh, all of a sudden I feel instantly, you do feel better. But if you do this every day, after a little period of time, like after 3 or 4 days, you're like, I'm processing information much faster. My brain is better. Like, you notice you're just more alert. You have a little bit more like kind of pep in your step, but not because you're stimulated like with caffeine. You just feel better, basically. Okay, so begin inhaling. Your awareness again is on the navel. And then your spleen, your awareness is on your spleen, left-hand side below your ribs. Your palms. Your awareness is on the palms of your hands. The soles of your feet. Awareness is on the soles of your feet. And then your brain. Your awareness is on your brain. Your awareness is on the brain. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your forehead. Your awareness is on your forehead. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then your back head. Your awareness is on your back head. And then just be still. Just be still, be aware. Notice how you feel. Your body, your emotions, your mind. Notice your thoughts. Okay, so that is to strengthen the fortify the brain to minimize fatigue. This next piece with the rosemary. Rosemary is a cephalic, which means that it moves blood to the brain, moves blood to the head. And so with blood comes also oxygen. So we're going to utilize rosemary to increase circulation and increase oxygen levels to the brain tissue itself. So, thank you. Well, if you don't have rosemary, verbena, regular rosemary would work. And if you have an obscure type of rosemary called rosemary camphor, that will also work. Blue Tuscan rosemary will work. Rosemary Provence. Any of the rosemaries.
Regular one.
Yeah, just regular rosemary works. And this one's short. You can also take a couple drops of the rosemary internally if you wish for this, but inhaling is as good, if not even better. You could do the combination together. Okay, so begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness on the brain. And I'm going to talk as you're doing your inhalations. So there was a study done many years ago. I talked about this in the memory class, the sleep memory class, that if you get up in the morning and inhale rosemary for about 15 to 25 inhalations, and you do it daily, within 30 days, they said that the study suggested that there was a significant improvement in memory function just by doing rosemary every morning. And when I do it, I would say, you know, like sometimes you wake up and you're like a little bit like, ugh, gotta get going in the morning. I need my coffee. What you need is blood and oxygen to the brain. And so if you start doing it in the morning, you shake off that foggy feeling that happens sometimes when you're just waking up. And if you're trying to bring dreams to your conscious awareness, it actually helps with that sometimes. So you're taking a long, slow, deep breath with your awareness on your brain. You're using some form of rosemary. Your awareness is between your eyebrows, the ajna. Taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the ajna. And then your back head. Your awareness is on the back head. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just let go. Notice your body, your emotions, your mind. Never call short, and we're going to do it again. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the brain. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the ajna, between the eyebrows. And the back head. Your awareness is on the back head. And then just be still. Okay, so this next piece, still under brain fatigue, but we're going to use some form of cinnamon, cassia, cinnamon bark, Now, don't put the cinnamon on your skin. Don't put it on your skin just because it will be a little bit irritating, right? So put it on a tissue or piece of paper or just smell it from the bottle. The reason why we're using cinnamon here is, for one, it's very strengthening and fortifying to the whole body. But cinnamon also is a general body stimulant, which means it stimulates all the body's processes. It stimulates the mucous membranes from getting, moisturized, like your eyes get lubricated, your mucous membranes of like your respiratory tract get a little bit more moist. It stimulates circulation to all parts of your body. It helps to jumpstart the liver, it helps to jumpstart the kidney, like you name it, the cinnamon jumpstarts what it does. You can take a couple drops internally, but at least do some inhalations with this. The inhalation is probably a little bit more potent, or do the culmination, which is the most potent. A few drops in water, take it internally, and still do the inhalation. Okay, so you're going to begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the feet. Your awareness is on your feet. Yeah, right. Okay. Your lower legs. And then your knees and your thighs. Your pelvis, the floor, the sides, the front, the back. Low back and the lower abdomen. The whole abdominal cavity. Cinnamon is especially good for the gut. The mid-back area. Your awareness is on the mid-back area. Your chest and upper back. Top of your shoulders, on both sides, the top of the shoulder. The arms, the forearms, the hands. The neck. And the jaws and your whole head. Just be still, be aware, just let it all go. Just be still, let it go for a moment. Just notice how you feel, your body, your mind, your thoughts. This is something that I like to do with cinnamon, so let's just experiment with it for a moment. An area in your body that's compromised, say you have like a bad shoulder, or you have a little bit of arthritis in a knee or something like that. When something's been there and it's chronic, it's usually fatigued, right? It's depleted, and the processes in that area aren't necessarily working that well. And so cinnamon being a good general stimulant for the body's processes, and it's very strengthening to the area. Sometimes what I like to do is like if there's a particular area where it's like, ugh, got this injury from 20 years ago here, got a little arthritis there. I started inhaling the cinnamon with my awareness on the compromised parts. I do this sometimes with like arthritic conditions, and arthritic conditions are always a bit depleted, and it helps to jumpstart the circulation in the area, helps to jumpstart some of the other faculties that are sluggish in the area, and it's also very strengthening. So we're going off script here. We're just doing a little experiment. Think about a part of your body where there is a healing issue. It's compromised, it's depleted, it's arthritic, it's worn out, whatever it is. If you don't have any spots good for you, give it time. Everybody's got something. Hopefully it never happens to you, but it probably will. So might as well get good at treating it, right? And also by treating it this way, you also know how to treat other people when they present to you. Like, you have a family member, a friend, you do some of the symptom-oriented things, but then you do things to fortify and strengthen the body. So begin inhaling, your awareness is on one of your spots. Just started inhaling, your awareness is on one of your spots. Keep inhaling, your awareness is in one of your spots. Okay, let's do another experiment. Still in the same vein. Stand up for a second and just do some real gentle, like 2 or 3 squats where you are measuring how each knee feels. Like feel the strength, compare the two, see how the 2 knees feel. Nothing deep, just kind of squat a little bit so you can kind of feel, oh, those knees fill in the blank. Right? You're just seeing like, how does each knee feel? It's not uncommon to have one knee feel a little bit better than the other, right? Okay, so let's sit down and let's just do an experiment. we'll have an experiment and then we'll go back to the normal way of doing things. Okay, so begin inhaling, but your awareness is on your right knee. Your right knee, the front, the sides, the back of the knee, the whole knee. Just inhale with your awareness on your right knee. You're still inhaling, you're still on the right knee, you're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, give it a break for a second. Just be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on your knee, your right knee. You're still on the same knee, which is the right knee. Still inhaling with your awareness on the right knee. Keep inhaling. Your awareness is on your right knee. And then just be still for a moment. Just let it incubate. Let's stand up and check your two knees. What do you notice?
My right knee got hot.
Your right knee got hot? Does it feel stronger or different, more
So,
stable?
There was a little pain in it, and then the pain went away and it's stronger.
So somebody here said that her knee got a little bit hot, which warmed the circulation. So there was a little bit of pain in it that went away, and then it got stronger and more stable, right? Anybody else? Yeah, hey.
My knee was grinding.
Uh-huh.
First.
Oh, well, that's interesting. So another student said, you have like a kind of a decent, yeah. So she has a issue where her knee is bone on bone. And she said when she got up the first time, the knee was grinding, and the second time, it was stronger and was smooth with no grinding, right? So like when bone on bone, the big thing with that is you want to keep getting blood to the area. You got to keep getting blood to the area. Think about it. Putting cinnamon on the area topically, it would be okay, but rosemary works a little bit better topically. But inhaling and directing the energy to the area, cinnamon for this is substantially better. It increases the circulation, and it's very strengthening. It's very, very toning. And so, you know, later we're going to talk about pain, but here's the thing is like sometimes when the body is compromised, when the body's in pain, when the body has an injury, when you've been pushing real hard and you're tired and fatigued, all those things are super depleting to the brain. They're super depleting to your mental body. I would say there's probably very few things that are more fatiguing than pain. Like when you are in pain, you are tired even when you first wake up in the morning. You're just, I'm tired. You're not sleeping good. Your body's in a little bit low grade fight flight. Your body's working overtime to try to heal the issue. You know, you're out of sorts. So the more that you can strengthen the body, the more that you can stimulate processes to accelerate healing, the better. And so just think of this as a way to strengthen, fortify, and increase circulation to any area of the body, any area. Doesn't matter, just wherever you're directing it, it will go. If you just do general inhalations, it kind of hits the whole body, right? But if you have an area like, I have a little bit of arthritis in the hip, you do all the topical things, but then you go, okay, I'm going to follow it with inhaling cinnamon while focusing on that part. That area gets stronger. You know, you have to keep doing it, but it gets stronger. The other thing that cinnamon's really good for is it stimulates everything, but also it helps to strengthen your breath. You know, it doesn't like speed it up. It just strengthens it. Like sometimes you'll be deepening your breath and slowing it down. Your breath is still strong, but sometimes when you're sick, your breath slows down a little bit and it gets really shallow and weak, right? And so one of the ways to offset that is you use cinnamon to like strengthen the breath, like it is taking in more oxygen and you're, you know, exhaling off more of the used up air. And so we're going to do a little experiment again, kind of overlaying what we've been doing is sometimes with brain fatigue is you're not getting enough oxygen to the brain, you know, for whatever reason. And could be because of illness, could be because of like a respiratory issue, could be poor air quality, could be anxiety, could be all kinds of things, right? So let's do the cinnamon again, but inhale with your awareness on the lungs. Like you're just inhaling with your awareness on the lungs themselves. And let's just see what happens. It's one thing for us to talk about it. I want you to have the experience of like, this is what it does to my lungs. When my lungs feel funky, this is my go-to thing now. You know, we think of like things like eucalyptus or larch or hyssop, but this is to fortify the lungs, to strengthen and jumpstart the lungs. Taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. And then just be still, be aware, just let it go for a moment. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the lungs. And then move your awareness up to the bottom of the throat, like that little notch between the two collarbones. This hits your bronchioles. So just inhale in that area with your awareness on your bronchioles, the throat minor. And then go to your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. And then just be still for a second. Be aware. Take a deep breath and just see how your lungs feel. Did your breath change a little bit? Yeah, it's noticeable, yeah. Deeper. Like you can feel there's like it's stronger. It's like it's drawing in more air when you're doing it. Right? So when you go through and you're doing inhalations on the different parts of the body, it's stimulating the processes in that particular area. If you have an area that's compromised, one of the go-to things can be to use cinnamon on this area. So the stronger you keep the body, the stronger the brain is going to be. Okay, so we're going to cycle through one more time doing the whole body thing, and then we'll take a break. But I wanted you to have experiments of this is what cinnamon's doing. It's one thing to hear me say it, but you did the comparison with the knees, you did the thing with the compromised part of the body, and then you did the part with the lungs and the bronchioles. And so you can see there's a lot of different applications that you can utilize cinnamon for. Okay, so begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your feet. Your lower legs. The knees and the thighs. Pelvis. Low back, low abdomen, lower part of your torso. your whole abdominal cavity. Your mid back, your chest, and your upper back, the whole upper part of your torso. The tops of your shoulders. The arms, the forearms, the hands. Your neck. The jaws and your whole head. And let's just do a little extra. Your awareness is on your brain. And then just be still for a moment. Just be still, be aware. Let's inhale one more time, just on your compromised spot, whatever that is. Pick your most compromised area and just inhale in that area. And then just let go. Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your mind. Let's do this before we take a break. Let's go ahead and unmute ourselves, and you can either share experience or type in. Yes.
Is general inhalations of cinnamon a good thing to do before a workout?
So she's asking, is general inhalations of cinnamon good before a workout? Yeah, it'd be great. Yeah. So it wakes everything up, it stimulates circulation, helps you to warm up, and then it strengthens the body to potentially increase, your efforts. Yes, the lady in the front.
So I almost fell asleep. I drifted off twice
Mhm.
doing this.
You know what that means.
No, that's I'm waiting.
Yeah.
Just because I.
Well, part of the thing with cinnamon is it's like it's stimulating everything. It's jump starting everything. So it's not quite like taking in caffeine. So sometimes it's stimulating like a healing process in the body. So it can make you a little bit sleepy. Plus, psychologically, cinnamon helps with integration. So sometimes there's something lingering there that gets processed, and you start to kind of doze off. And I was trying to come up with something to tease you with, but I couldn't come up. Apparently, I need to inhale cinnamon to stimulate my my faculties. Yeah. So anybody else want to share? Or?
Go ahead, Deborah.
Hey, Deborah.
So I love cinnamon, and this is the first time I've had this reaction, but it makes my nose tickle, and I finally started sneezing. I've had to take breaks from it.
Yeah, hold it farther away from your nose. Yeah, it's just the cinnamon oil, even just inhaling, sometimes can be a little much. So sometimes it's just too close a proximity to the nose.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah. I mean, it's very stimulating. So sometimes it starts to stimulate like the little nerve endings and the capillaries in the skin. And so if too close, it starts to kind of like irritate or tickle, then just move it out a little bit. Yeah.
Can cinnamon be used like this on tired and fatigued muscles?
Yeah, definitely mix it with massage oil. Like definitely do not put it just directly on the skin. It will irritate the skin. Once you dilute it into a massage oil, it works good. There's that blend that God, it's probably 25 years old now. The Warm Muscle Tonic. It's black pepper and cassia, it's like cinnamon and things like that. And that was originally utilized on endurance athletes, like warming up for an event. I would put that blend in some alcohol and use it like a liniment and just have them slap it on before they would get rolling, and their bodies would warm up much quicker than normal. And so you can do that. Just don't put cinnamon on neat. Like always put it in some sort of massage oil, alcohol, witch hazel, something like that. Yeah.
Would directing inhalations to the pancreas be good for type 2 diabetes?
I mean, it wouldn't hurt. I haven't seen it help enough to justify like me talking about it. We've done it, and we've had people test, and it really didn't change the blood sugar very much. The things that do kind of help with the blood sugar are, I mean, it depends, but cypress helps to fortify a weakened pancreas. Like just regular cypress, but you got to take several drops internally multiple times a day. Like I'd say probably 6-8 drops a couple of times a day. Frankincense and myrrh combined in equal amounts jumpstarts all the glands. Like it helps to stimulate glandular activity. Fenugreek, which I don't even know, we have it, but I don't even know if it's on the site. Is it on the site? I don't think so. Yeah. Fenugreek can be a little bit helpful. Melissa actually can be helpful to re-educate the receptors for like your blood sugar, like if you're trying to rehab your body's ability to utilize insulin and things like that. But there's no like, oh, this really nails, diabetes. You just start playing with it and seeing what works. There's not really a clear path to what reduces the blood sugar levels, with essential oils, I should say.
I also feel a bit joyful with cinnamon.
Yeah, it's uplifting and it usually makes you a bit happy. You know, there's that one blend from one of the classes that's named Joy. It's like cinnamon and cassia and lang lang and so not to get too personal, but if cinnamon stimulates everything and you mix it with a lang lang that's an aphrodisiac, you do the math. Yeah.
Is that the joy blend, Greg?
Joy blend's pretty close to that. Like I think it's several kinds of cinnamon and lang lang. So that's the joy.
LOL.
Yeah, I know, huh? It also increases stamina.
Can you take that internally?
Yeah, Brian sure can.
Nice.
So,
Go
yeah.
ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, I have
Hey.
someone close to me that has had treatment for cancer for several years. And this just seems like all of this stuff seems like it would apply because he's got a lot of cognitive issues that are going on with it, not being able to retrieve words, losing track of what he's talking about, all of that. Are there certain things, or would you start with where we started this morning and do that whole thing and what we just did? Or
So you had chemo and radiation, is that what happened?
he didn't have chemo. He's had radiation and a lot of drugs.
What kind of cancer did he have? Just where was it at?
Prostate, but it's a rare
Prostate.
prostate.
Okay, yeah. If they were doing surgery, it was one of the bad,
Oh, and they
one
did
bad
do
ones.
surgery years ago, yes.
Yeah, with that, probably more than anything would be a lot of decongesting of the lymphatic system. I mean, the sage for the brain can be helpful. You know, it's like neuroprotective, like we talked about, and helps to strengthen the body and strengthen the brain. But a lot of times, cases like that is the body just got like toxic from treatment. You know, be it the anesthesia or the medications. The lymphatic system is usually very like backed up. So I would do a lot of work with lymphatic function, you know, like the lymphatic blend, rotating it with like something like cedar or using the herb gotukola to fortify the veins and help venous circulation. And then Greenland moss for the liver, detoxifying the liver. And then probably like anise or tarragon to balance out the autonomic part of the nervous system. It reduces stress in the gut and balances out the nervous system. And that right there will probably bring in more relief than what we're doing today.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Well, and Laura, we can cut this out of the class and get that to you, like, so you can have this little blurb that you can write down or, you know, have the person listen to.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If, like I was thinking about my dad when he had bone cancer
Okay.
and how he was in so much pain. At that point, it was not get keep him comfortable because there wasn't really anything you could do to heal it.
Mhm.
What would you do in that case for somebody?
So she's asking her father, who's already passed, had bone cancer and was in a lot of pain, a lot of achiness of the bones, a lot of with that, again, you go to lymphatic decongestant. Like anytime there's achiness in the body, it is what you call nociceptive pain, which is dull achy pain, and it's just lymphatic stagnation. Your body's just toxic. Like the garbage man hasn't come by enough to pick up all the debris in your body, and so it's making your body achy. And it could be in pockets or it could be the whole thing. So even something like that, where he was probably bedridden or mostly bedridden, he wasn't still active. So being active, like sometimes when they're bedridden, it can be worse, but one of the simplest things you can do with something like that is lemongrass. And even though they're active, it still is helpful for that achiness in the joints and things like that. But if they're also on top of that bedridden, it reduces the achiness and actually can reduce the potential for bed sores. Mhm.
So I was thinking. when we were
Yeah, that's a
doing
substantial one right there.
the cinnamon that you probably wouldn't want to increase blood flow.
Cancer patients, I usually don't use a lot of cinnamon. Yeah. Like cancer patients, I usually don't use a lot of stimulants, period. Don't want to stimulate something that is not supposed to be stimulated. You know, one of the best things you can do for cancer patients is a lot of like sedating oils and herbs.
Sedating.
Mhm.
Now with the lemongrass, what's the-
Adaptogenic and sedating. Adaptogenic and sedating.
With the lemongrass, what's the application?
2 to 3 drops in water internally. Yeah. For achy joints, and that's also post-vaccine as well. Like, you know, anytime your body's achy, like all over, it is you're lymphatically stagnant. And it might only last for a day or two, but the quicker you move the lymph, the quicker that all of that goes away. Right. And sometimes in certain conditions, people will say my bones ache, like not so much the tissue. They'll have a deeper type of lymphatic stagnation that's very close to the bone, and they'll complain of that their bones ache. Essential oil wise, lemongrass works really well for that. And there's an herb called Boneset. It's really hard to find, but like when you're dealing with people who have cancer or like some serious health issue where their bones are really achy, Boneset is really super helpful for that. Bone and set, like bone set, like Boneset. Yeah, it's super old school though. Like I haven't seen it in an herbal book for that's been printed in like the last 40 or 50 years. It's like last century, you know, cutting edge.
With salt and silver.
Not as much.
That would be the same as break bone herb or break bone fever, or there was one where there was an herb and you took it because you're aching your bones.
That was a bonus set.
That's the one.
Yeah. I mean, there might be other things, but I'm not aware. Yeah.
Can you take lymphatic blend into?
No, you would want to just use that topically. If you want to take something internally to stimulate lymphatic movement, lemongrass or bay laurel. Also thyme is good for that. Also helichrysum. Give me another 5 minutes, I'll come up with another 10. Lemongrass, bay laurel, helichrysum. What was the other one I said? Oh, you know another one? Palmarosa, taken internally. Palmarosa.
And also internal.
Yeah, those are an internal way of supporting it. Yeah.
Someone's asking back to the diabetes, Shazantra for diabetes.
No, doesn't work. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna take a break and we'll come back and we'll continue with the next couple segments. So we'll see you at let's see, it's a little bit after 3:50, 4:05. About a little bit after 4:05, like 4:08 or something. Okay, everybody, come on back. So we are at the top of page 3, and we're just dealing with general body inflammation right now. Now, inflammation can be something actually quite serious, and it can be quite profound, something that really needs addressing in the body. This is not a replacement for, a big involved treatment plan. I think some of you did the process that we did earlier in the year where we did regeneration of the immune system, and we spent a good portion of one day just dealing with inflammation in the body. And so when there is a lot of inflammation, be it in a particular area or in the whole body, it's good to tackle that and stay on top of that, because that is the quickest way for the body to break down and to degenerate. This is just a very simple protocol to reduce inflammation, to help improve brain function. It is not a replacement for those other things we have done. This is just simply a step that we do to try to help reduce some just general mild inflammation. Okay, so here are listed things that are very good for inflammation. A lot of times we use black cumin or frankincense. One that didn't make it for some reason, it's in my notes, but it's not here, is turmeric. Turmeric should be on this list as well. So my apologies. But frankincense, German chamomile, incredibly good for inflammation, especially short-term treatment of inflammation. Ginger, milfoil, which is a type of yarrow, myrrh, and then just good old-fashioned yarrow. So again, we're going to inhale on the chakras, and then we're going to inhale this on parts of the body just to see the difference between this and like how cinnamon felt. It's one way to talk about the oils and gain information and facts, but it's another thing to have a personal relationship with the oil and see like, okay, this is the property of the oil. This is how it makes me feel. This is what it does to my body. And I think we're using milfoil. Is that what it is? Yeah. Milfoil, which is a type of yarrow. Yeah. It's yarrow, but it's not dark blue like regular yarrow. It's a much lighter. You know how like there's dark blue tansy and then like the regular blue tansy. It's like a lighter version of it. It's like that. It's like the lighter. I actually really like the taste of yarrow, but most people do not. And so put it in a little juice. Yeah. 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 Oh, it was. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. Okay. So you're just going to be still kind of check in with your body. And this time, let's just have you start inhaling and not even directing it to a part of your body yet. Just inhale. Just some long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is nowhere in particular. Sometimes, somebody was asking earlier, when the mind is fuzzy, it's backed up lymphatic function. It's not necessarily fatigue yet. It's just backed up lymphatic function, but it's also usually because of excessive amounts of inflammation in the body. And so you treat both lymphatic function and you also reduce inflammation substantially. I mean, honestly, inflammation, there's another term for it. It's the aging process. The aging process is basically an inflammatory process. So the more that you reduce inflammation in the body, the more you slow down the aging process. Bottom line, they go hand in hand. In ancient times, they would say, there would be people who specialized in like longevity. And sometimes they would specialize in beauty or something like that. They were usually specialists in inflammatory treatments. Like they were really good at treating inflammation. Really, really good. So you're just taking long, slow, deep breaths, not directing it anywhere in particular. Okay, so you see how it makes you feel, right? It's kind of soothing, it's kind of relaxing. I find that like even when the body's in a little bit of pain and I start inhaling yarrow, pain doesn't bother me as much. Like, you know, you can feel like a little bit of relief from it, right? And you know, in different spiritual practices, a lot of times you go and you do these deep purifications, right? And sometimes what happens when you do a lot of deep purifications, you're doing these purifications, and all of a sudden you go, I might be feeling blissful, but I also don't feel that good. You know, because so much has come out, it's a little bit overwhelming to the body. The body actually starts to have a little bit of an inflammatory response. My go-to thing for that is milfoil. I just inhale milfoil for a little bit, but if you drop some twist, it's all good. It just comes out. It's very comfortable. I'm done. And then I go sleep on the couch. That's my spiritual practice. A little purification, nappy nap on the couch. I call it my meditation. So with that, move your arms around. Like move your arms around, move your wrist, move your elbow. You're just comparing again. Like see how it feels. You know, especially when you're moving the joints and the muscles and tendons. Now, we did the right hand side last time. Let's do inhale the milfoil, but your awareness is just on the elbow.
Either elbow.
We're doing the left elbow, left elbow. And we're doing this just to see what happens. Taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the elbow. And then go down to your wrists, the front and back sides of your wrist. And then do your forearm between your elbow and your wrist, just your whole forearm. Front and back on just the left arm, your left forearm. Front side, back side. Patsy, how did that treat you? Is it helping?
Yes.
Interesting. It felt calming and soothing. Yeah. Interesting. I guess stimulant worked. Huh. Okay, put it down for a second. No. Move the two around. Which one's your favorite forearm right now? The left one, right? The left one feels a little bit better. And that was only about like what, maybe about 90 seconds of inhalation. And so again, going to an area in the body where it's a little bit compromised, where you're achy, where something feels inflamed, where there's some pain, just by directing any of the oils for inflammation will help soothe that area. You know, cinnamon stimulated the processes. This doesn't sedate them. It just calms all the inflammation down. It calms down excessive blood flow, reduces the inflammation. It helps to disperse some of the inflammatory material. So, okay. So with that, a lot of times in the body, when the body's really inflamed, it can be in a lot of different areas. The places that get hit the hardest, front and back solar plexus. And the reason being is the places that get hit the hardest with inflammation are your internal organs. Solar plexus, back solar plexus are most of your internal organs. So when somebody has a lot of inflammation in their body, if you scan them, the solar plexus is super congested, right? It's super congested, it's super agitated. And if you're sensitive as you're evaluating the area, you can actually feel the energy. It even feels hot. Like it will, like you'll feel it, and it's like it feels warmer than other parts of the body. So you're trying to cool down the inflammation in the body, right? So with that, you're going to start taking long, slow, deep breaths. I have done this a couple of times for headaches. It doesn't always work, but like sometimes, like, you know how like you get a bunch of inflammation, you just get this like, or at least I do, I get this like weird kind of dull headache. If I do this, just front and back solar plexus, it'll knock it out. So you're inhaling, your awareness is on the front solar plexus, which is below your ribs. Below your ribs.
The rest, they go, can we do the surgery?
Okay,
And so I'm like.
after we do this protocol, we'll do the other side so you guys don't walk in circles. We'll do the right arm after that, so. I know it's that noticeable though. Long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on the front solar, below your ribs. So 8 hours. Oh. Then move to your back solar plexus, the back side, mid back area, below the shoulder blades. And then just be still for a moment. Just be still. Just be still for a moment. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus. And then just be still again. Just be still. Begin inhaling, same oil, front solar plexus. Long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Be still, be aware, just let it go for a moment. Just let it incubate. Notice how you feel, your body, your spine. When there's inflammation in the body, the mind tends to not be as sharp, bottom line. You know, I had this one client, and I hadn't seen him for a really long time. He was doing something and he blew his knee out. You know, he basically ruptured his ACL. And, you know, he texted me right when it happened. And then about 10 days went by and he sent me this other text and he said, I need help, 911. And so I called him up and I was, you know, getting ready to give him some things to do. And I was like, what are the pain levels? And he goes, the pain levels are fine. That's not why I'm calling you. He was actually very, very short with me when we called. But he goes, I can't think straight. Like my mind is going. Like, and it's because 10 days of inflammation, can't think straight. It literally is mechanics. And so we just put him on a bunch of anti-inflammatories. His mental faculties came right back. And so don't underestimate what happens in your body when there's inflammation. This is a very simple little protocol. If there's more substantial inflammation, be more aggressive about treating the inflammation. And we have the book, the conditions class, where there's a ton of information on inflammation and things, and it's just a free booklet for you guys for looking things up. So, but the oils listed here, all of those, you could take internal. The only thing that I would not do is I wouldn't take German chamomile or yarrow for longer than 3 weeks at a time. You could take it about 3 weeks, take a break for a week, and then you can go back on it. But the German chamomile affects white blood cell count, and yarrow, if you take it for a long period of time, will reduce your body's ability to absorb iron. Yeah, that's just internal. Topical, go crazy with it. But internally, 3 weeks at a time, and then a couple days off or a week off, and then go back on it again. Blue cumin, black cumin, you could take for the rest of your life. Frankincense, rest of your life. Ginger, rest of your life. Myrrh, the rest of your life. I mean, I take big dosages of myrrh. I take 10, 12 drops at a time. I've done it for years, you know. Helps with pain.
So, you know, you said it helps with pain, myrrh and galvalumen internally. Galvalumen doesn't do anything for inflammation. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
So you could take all this with the inflammation of in the body.
Yeah. Yeah, black cumin's a solid one. Ginger is real solid. Myrrh is real solid. Usually I use myrrh when the pain levels are real high, especially nerve pain. You know, it calms down the nerve pain. The other thing that I use myrrh for is when people are on opioids, you know, when they're on like their prescription meds. So what happens is like sometimes they only get given like maybe 2 pills for a day or 3 pills for a day or whatever it is. Sometimes it's not enough to like make it through the day. Like, you know, I just saw that the CDC has kind of stepped back and said, yeah, you should give pain pills to people who are in pain. Like that was always the thing, but like things got really crazy. And, you know, I was talking to doctor friends. I was like, the pendulum always swings. Too much meds, not enough meds. Too much meds, not enough meds. You guys just got to get it in the middle. Like it needs to be some, but not crazy amounts. It needs to be some, but like not nothing. Like you just got to get like just a healthy, just, it doesn't have to be a big dosage, but just make the person comfortable. Like being in pain is worse than the effects of the opioids on the body. Being in pain wreaks a havoc on the body. So one of the things that I'll do is I'll give the person myrrh, like large dosages of myrrh. And what the myrrh does is it hits the opioid receptors in the brain. And so it minimizes the rebound that happens. Because like when the painkiller wears off, not only do they feel the pain, but it's actually worse because of the rebound, right? Myrrh stops or slows down, diminishes, whatever word you want to use, the rebound. So they can go periods of time where their meds aren't overlapping and they're still comfortable. And so in theory, you can actually even reduce their dosage of the pain pill. So, you know, however that is. So.
Would this be okay for an older person?
Yeah, you can use it on your mom. Yeah. I mean, just put several, like 5-6 drops in water or juice and just, or smoothie, and have her shoot it. And, yeah.
Are we doing the other side even?
Yeah, we're gonna do that, but I'm trying to think if I covered all the questions, because once I move on, I'll forget. Milfoil you can actually take longer than yarrow, just because even though it's still a type of yarrow, it doesn't quite have the levels of azulene in it. It doesn't have that dark blue component to it like regular yarrow does. And so it doesn't affect iron absorption quite in the same manner. So you could actually take milfoil internally for a much longer period of time. You know, a couple months at a time, and then maybe take a break. So, anyway.
When you say large dose of like the myrrh, what is a large dose?
Large dose would be 6 to 8 drops, and in really severe cases, I have people take 10 drops and 12 drops. And sometimes a couple times a day. Yeah.
chips and opiates still for that bar.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Feels like to next 2 weeks of not having medicine to get back to the doctor to get her normal.
And she was comfortable the whole time? Yeah, so I had forgotten about that. So one of the students, her pills got stolen. Is that what happened? So she was on painkillers, right? She was on opioids, and her meds got stolen. And so, you know, they're pretty strict with meds. Like they kind of like, you got your monthly allotment and pretty much tough, you know. So she only had half the amount of pills to get her through the time. And, you know, when you're on pain and you've been on those things for a long period of time, that's going to be a rough couple of weeks, right? And so what we did is, like, how much more were we giving her? Yeah, so we only put her on, right. We only put her on 3 to 5 drops of myrrh daily. And she said that she was breaking the pills in half. She basically taking half dosages and was fine, like wasn't uncomfortable, wasn't like, she was super comfortable through the whole process. Yeah, and so, I mean, that's how well myrrh works. And so, like, think of it like this too, like sometimes I don't talk about this just because it's like intense, but you know, when they had Christ on the cross, one of the things that they did, like right before he kind of surrenders, they touch hyssop to his lips, right? They touch hyssop to his lips. And it was like in vinegar and hyssop. And so hyssop is very activating to the heart, and it's very activating to the crown. But one of the things that they do, or they did back in the day, is they would give them like a concoction of myrrh to ingest before they put them on the cross. And the reason being that it would make them last longer on the cross. Like it's, you know, it would keep them calmer and it would reduce the pain so that they wouldn't pass out and could think about why they're on the cross. And so it was a brutal thing that they did, but that's how myrrh used to get used in the old days. It was like a pain reliever. It was calming, soothing, and had pain relieving properties. And you could see something like that where, you know, that had to be incredibly painful, but they eased it, but it wasn't for making the person comfortable. It was, you know, but on the flip side of it, that's how well myrrh works. Like, you know, you have to look at it like that's a horrible thing, but at the same time, that's how well the myrrh worked. And so, yeah, anyway.
Would it heal emotional inflammation?
Emotional inflammation is more like St. John's wort, rose. Used more like St. John's wort or rose, even benzoin. Benzoin would be better.
What?
Emotional, like, you know, feeling inflamed emotionally. I mean, yarrow and milfoil are a great healer, especially for deep wounds, deep emotional wounds, deep mental wounds. But I wouldn't use it like if the emotions are really inflamed and agitated. It's more about releasing something that's like deep in the psyche, deep in the unconscious, not so much about the inflammatory thing happening in the moment. Yeah. So, yeah. And so with that, let's balance out the other arm. Okay. So still using the same oil you've been using, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the right elbow. I think you just need to keep that. Yeah. Still making you feel better? Yeah.
So you're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your elbow. Hmm. And then do your wrists, your front and back wrists. And now do your forearm between the elbow and the wrist, the front and back side of the forearm. Your awareness is on the whole forearm. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Just be still. And notice how you feel. Reducing inflammation in the body feels good. Like, man, it feels really good. Very relaxing, very soothing. Do that on Friday night and then just enjoy a nice, like, relaxing weekend. Okay, so we're going to drop down to number 5, digestive function. And so here's the thing with digestive function is, if for one, it can throw the body out of whack when there's too much stress or when the nerves aren't functioning in the gut, can throw the body out of balance. But they've started, like maybe about 5-6 years ago, even with things like Alzheimer's and different issues with the brain, they actually started doing biopsies of areas in the gut. And you could say gut health directly corresponds to brain health. And again, this is just touching on something. This isn't like a crazy treatment for digestive health, but we have that whole section in that free class that's ongoing, the conditions class. We're glad to make that available to you if you want. But here we're trying to, for one, bring the body back into balance. One of the best oils for balancing out a body that is in chaos is rosemary verbenin. Not even regular rosemary, rosemary verbenin. It is one of the best balancers of a body that is just in chaos. Like if you don't know what's going on, you treat with rosemary verbenin. Like if there's a whole bunch of different issues going on, you use rosemary verbenin. You know, it's not so much that it's a cure-all, it balances things out so well that if you treat with that for like a week or so, after that you go, okay, now I see a path, there's a couple things that need to be addressed. Now I can go through and address them. Where before things were so weird and so chaotic that it was really hard to find a path to even find out what to treat, right? So rosemary verbenin is always good for a system or a body that's out of balance. Now, part of what happens, like when we have food sensitivities, food allergies, is that the nerves of the gut are not basically functioning like they should. Like they're not innervating the gut like they should. It's the equivalent of like when you sit on your foot and it goes to sleep. It's that, but in your gut, but you also can't feel it, because you don't have the same kind of sensory nerves in your gut. So your gut cannot have the nerve innervation. You would have no idea other than you have allergies, you have food sensitivities, you don't digest your food well, you know, you have weird inflammatory things in the gut. And so the rosemary verbenin is very good for helping to like balance out the function of the gut. And it's incredibly good to rehab a stressed out digestive tract. You know, sometimes it's just stress has made the nerves in the gut shut down. And think of it like this. When you feel stress, you know, you're feeling it emotionally, mentally, your body's probably feeling 3 to 5 times as much stress. It's just not registering in your emotions and your mind as stress. Whatever is happening in your mind, it's significantly more in the body. And there will even be times where like emotionally, mentally, you go, yeah, I'm not stressed, but your body is. Like it's a series of responses. And so, you know, there's ways of tempering that down. It takes a while to go through and really kind of keep unwinding that. But bottom line is, from time to time, you should go through and just tune up the gut, regardless if it's doing good or bad. Just from time to time, for like a week or two, just, you know, you take some rosemary verbenin internally, you take a little tarragon internally, or a little anise or anise, however you want to say it, that ANS support, any of those things, just from time to time, tone up the gut a little bit. And here we're using the rosemary verbenin, just because it helps to rehab a stressed out digestive tract, and it's also a cephalic, which means it's still supporting the brain. So it supports the brain and it supports the gut. So it's a great 1-2 punch in this situation for doing multiple things with the same dosage. So you could take 2 or 3 drops internally, 2 or 3 times a day. And then you could even take rosemary verbenin, 2 or 3 drops internally for bad sinus congestion or sinus infection. You know, you augment it with other things, but taking rosemary verbenin is even good for the respiratory tract, especially the nose. Okay, and so here, you know, I went through and I listed just several things that the rosemary verbenin is good for, as far as digestive function and some other things, just so you kind of know some things to look for, like, I should probably treat the gut. You know, I think the other things are pretty straightforward, but things in the gut, can get overlooked very, very easily. Because a lot of times we'll like think it's not really a problem unless I'm vomiting, I have diarrhea, I get really nauseous, there's really bad pain or inflammation. And if none of that's happening, you're like, I'm good. But as you get older, maybe you are, maybe you're not. Always good to take care of the internal organs because it will slow down the aging process. Bottom line, it slows down the aging process. If there's inflammation in the gut, there's inflammation in the brain. It goes hand in hand. Even in osteopathic principles, whatever is happening in the head happens in the pelvis. Whatever happens in the gut happens in the brain. Whatever happens in the brain happens in the gut. Like it's just, they're too interconnected. You can't just think that it's going to be affecting one and not the other. So with that, you can take some internally, but here we're just going to do inhalation. So you have your form of rosemary, but rosemary verbenin is preferable. Yeah, it has the biggest impact on the liver. Out of all the rosemaries, you could say there's several different kinds of rosemary, and they're this thing that they call them different chemotypes because of the environment and where they grew. They just were a little bit different than some of the other rosemaries. They have like a slightly different chemistry. Talk around the campfire is that rosemary verbenin is probably the closest thing to true, genuine rosemary. It's hard to say because it's been a very long time since anybody's seen real, true, genuine rosemary. It's adapted so much in a bunch of different regions that nobody kind of knows. So. Tarragon and it's and that's support. Yeah, see if that works. Okay, so begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus, which is below your ribs, on your upper abdomen. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus, which is the upper abdomen. You're on your back solar plexus. Your awareness is on your back solar plexus, the mid back area. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your navel. And then the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra, the bottom of the tailbone. And then just be still. Be still, be aware. Just keep your eyes closed. Just let things incubate a little bit. This is something that I like to do. It's a little bit harder than what we were doing at the beginning of the day. But you know how we were doing body awareness? Do body awareness, but in the abdominal cavity in your gut. Like if you feel an area where it feels like bloated or heavy, or there's tension, or something just feels a little off, put your awareness on that spot and inhale the rosemary. And now be aware of another part in the abdomen. Like you can stop inhaling for a second, reevaluate the abdominal cavity. Okay, now I'm moving my attention here. Right, so move to that area and inhale. If you really can't feel anything, just start exploring areas. Start at the area, like in the solar plexus area, and then just like move over to the liver, go down by your belly button, just start exploring some areas. What you're doing is you're reducing stress in that particular area. You're increasing circulation and diminishing stress. How's that treating you? How's that treating you, Babette? You had that look of like, I'm not sure what's happening. That's why I asked. Oh, okay, and just shift into continue inhaling, but now you're on the front solar plexus. Is that area, is it down in the lower part of your abdomen? That lower part of your abdomen? Does it ever get a little bloated?
I would say yes, but I'm not aware.
Yeah, you might have a little tiny bit of irritable bowel. Yeah, all it is just stress in the digestive tract. Just unwind it. Yeah, very, very treatable. Yeah. It looks very minor though. We're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your back solar plexus. The navel. And the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Notice how your body feels. Notice your emotions, your mind. Also, notice your thoughts. Think of your thoughts like yesterday or this morning before we got started compared to right now. Who would have thought dealing with mental fatigue and strengthening the brain was so calming and soothing to the mind at the same time? You know, when the mind is strong, it's also very calm. When it's depleted, it gets agitated really super easily, really super easily. A strong mind doesn't necessarily mean like, oh, I've studied a bunch and I have a bunch of pieces of information. It just means it's functionally, like it has a lot of energy. It can handle the processes that it needs to do. Processing information is one piece, but it has nothing to do with accumulation of knowledge. It's just the mind and the brain have been fortified. I find personally it actually helps in meditation. It helps with contemplation, awareness, meditative states. Yeah. So with that, all I have to say about that. So the Wi-Fi froze for a little bit, so let's backtrack and do a repeat. Okay, so here we're not talking about this is the treatment for all different kinds of pain. It is simply your pain response. Another way of saying this would be your pain threshold. And threshold simply means that like when you're in pain, you're fine. And then when you reach your threshold, it changes the way you think, the way you feel, and it starts to change your behavior. Like, you know, you'll be fine. All of a sudden, you just like, I'm super agitated. I need to do something different. You need to get up and walk around. You start getting a little upset. You've reached your threshold, and now it's starting to change your behavior, right? So if the threshold is relatively well regulated, a person can be in a significant amount of pain and still not be reactive. And so as soon as you become reactive, it brings in the emotional component, right? And the emotional component usually aggravates the pain intensity. Like it takes it from a 6 to a 9, or you know, a 5 to a 9, or whatever it is. And so this can be a way to minimize pain and then augment other types of pain treatments, be it that you're treating with essential oils, with herbs, with pharmaceuticals, whatever it is. This is a way to augment certain types of pain, especially chronic pain or like a severe injury. Like, you know, a surgery would even be a severe injury. And so, you know, it's therapeutic, but still an incision was made, something was cut, something was sewn up, you know, all those factors. And so calming down the pain response makes your mind less reactive, bottom line. And sometimes this is hard to explain. That's why a lot of times we do things like in processes and protocols and things like this. We don't realize how much our mind is in fight flight. And when it's in fight flight, you really don't process things like you would normally. You just kind of react, you respond. And so in deep meditations, you know, like when we're teaching some of the deeper meditations in Astara or in different traditions, one of the early pieces is you sit and you do these certain kinds of breathing exercises. You do these practices to pull the body out of being in fight flight or in an overly stimulated sympathetic part of the nervous system. And a lot of times when you say this to like a practitioner, they'll go, I'm not in fight flight. And then you have them start doing the breathing exercises, all of a sudden they'll go, oh, I'm way more relaxed. It's because you're constantly in a low grade fight flight. And so it does things to your physiology, but also your mind. You don't quite process it because you're always in the state of, I have to run or I have to fight. Like, so I don't have time to process all this information. Am I running or am I fighting? I'll process this much information, but I have to be on guard. And one of the best ways that I could say that I've ever heard a patient say this is they said this one time. I feel like if I put my guard down, something bad is going to happen, right? If you can tap into that and feel any sort of truth to that, you're in fight flight. You're just not conscious of it, right? Everybody is in it to a certain degree, right? If you're in pain, you have some low-grade fight flight. If you have some emotional pain, you're low-grade fight flight. If you're tired and fatigued, you have low-grade fight flight. If the news is upsetting you, you're in low-grade fight flight. If you have a deadline, you have low-grade fight flight. And sometimes it just keeps accumulating and accumulating and accumulating. And pretty soon you're just at the drop of a hat, you're in full-blown fight flight, where if you stand back and look, you go, that response doesn't really meet the situation. It's because you're looking at that person respond to right now and those 25 past situations all at once. They're just constantly being agitated into a deeper or stronger sense of fight flight. And so by going through and calming this down, it doesn't completely take you out of fight flight, but it calms down one of the main triggers that makes you go into fight flight. Because think of it like this. When the pain threshold is not regulated, any sort of change that comes your way, any change, good or bad, throws you into fight flight. Doesn't matter if it's like, yeah, hey, we're going to pack the car and go to Disneyland and nobody's going to be there and we can just walk on all the rides and it's going to be amazing. It's out of your routine. It's going to put you in a bit of fight flight, even though it's all these like great things, right? Any change will start to push you into that, to the point where until certain things in the mental body are regulated, even meditation will calm the emotions, will calm the mind, but causes a little bit of fight flight in the body. Like you have to be able to temper the fight flight mechanism. So going back to what I was saying before, I go through and I do deep purifications and I'm releasing. I don't feel good. And I go to like milfoil or I go to something like that's on this list. It's because it eases that shift or that change. It helps you to make the transition without it being painful. Like you're calming down or tempering the pain threshold. And after a while, you just get like used to it. But when it's in process and you're releasing or you're having a deep meditation, you go, oh, that was amazing. I should do this every day. And then you don't do it for a few weeks, right? Because emotions, they're right. Yeah, I love this. I want to do it again. Your body is like, yeah, no, we're not doing that again. Like it's too much of a shift. It's too much of a change. And so basically you're teaching the body to be able to flow with transition and change from situation to situation by tempering this pain response. So this is not just about pain, it's about so much more. A good part of your personality is a byproduct of pain, good or bad. However you handled it, doesn't mean that you handled it bad, but a good part of your personality is the byproduct of the pains that you've had in your life. Okay, so with that, you can pull out galbanum, you can pull out myrrh, saffron works really well. I think in the kit that we did as a prefab for you guys was birch complex. Yeah. Birch complex is one of those pain blends that you use for acute situations, and you use like when in doubt, you don't know what to use, because it does a little bit of everything. Good for nerve pain, good for breaking up lymphatic congestion. It's good for degenerative conditions. Not as specific as some of the other blends, but still. Okay, so begin inhaling and just inhale it for a minute. Just take some long, slow, deep breaths. Whatever oil you're using, galbanum, myrrh, saffron, blend, monk's anointing oil. Nice, yeah. Who doesn't love a little birch? Crazy people. Yeah, it's can be an acquired taste. Like, yeah. No, you shouldn't take it internal. Yeah.
Solid board,
Like what?
solid board.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You're just taking some long, slow, deep breaths, and just as you're doing that, notice how your body feels. Mm. Mm. Somebody asked of the blends, which one's the strongest? They're all a little bit different. Birch Complex is especially good for purely physical issues, right? The Monk's Anointing Oil and the Threshold are a little bit better. They work still good for physical stuff, but they also work for when there's a little bit of an emotional component. And so, yeah. You know, at some point, when pain has been chronic, it just keeps agitating the nervous system. And so, like the Monk's Anointing Oil and the Threshold blend are for more like long-term issues, because it's not like, oh, that person's getting emotional. No, that person's nervous system is getting agitated and eventually makes them emotional. It's not that they're just being emotional, right? And so the Monk's Oil and the Threshold are for more long-term treatment. The Birch Complex is like acute pain and injury, like something you got to touch up from time to time, a little bit of arthritis, you're doing purifications, you know, stuff like that. But if you need to start doing things on a daily basis, then switch over to the Monk's Oil or the Threshold blend. Yeah. All of these are really solid choices, though. The galbanum, the myrrh, the saffron. In the early days, I used to use rose. It works. I just find that these oils work better. But in ancient times and certain cultures, like at the battlefield, they would give them dosages of this like rose material, and it was to kind of do the same thing. Yeah. Galbanum you can. Galbanum, myrrh, and saffron you all can. The single oils you can take internally, the blends don't. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I either take myrrh or galbanum every day. Actually, the Monk's Anointing Oil you can take internal too. Okay, so you've been inhaling just in general. Just notice how you feel. You can stop inhaling for a moment. Just like, okay, my body feels, fill in the blank, feels kind of nice, right? So let's do it again. But this time your awareness is on the brain. The thing that's nice, like with the Birch Complex or even the galbanum, say your knee is hurting, you put a few drops on your wrist, you don't even put it on the spot, the pain goes down. It doesn't even have to be on the spot. Like you can just get it on the skin, go like this and pull it a little bit, it starts to knock the pain down. Because it's hitting the threshold, not just the nerves in that area. So you're hitting the brain of that tree. I think Samantha's in her happy place.
Okay, you're still in the brain. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then let go of the inhalation for just a moment. Just be still. Be aware of your body. Find some little spot in your body, some little discomfort, some ache, some pain, whatever it might be, something that jumps out as your eyes are closed and your body, you're being aware of your body. Okay, your awareness is on that part of the body and begin inhaling the same oil, the same blend. And then just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Just be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on your brain. And then let the inhalation go. Be aware of your body. Just check in with your body. Let's do this. This is going to be a little bit of an odd one, but just humor me for a moment. Put your awareness on your shoulder blades themselves. You know, like the back part where that's the bone with a little thin muscle on it. Put your awareness on the shoulder blades themselves. Just see what happens. Keep inhaling, really focus in on the shoulder blades. You're just right on those shoulder blades. Not the shoulders, the shoulder blades themselves. And you feel something happening that's not just in your shoulders. Like notice your jaw. Is like tension starting to leave your jaw a little bit? Move your awareness to the tops of the shoulders, like across the top, especially where the neck and the shoulder meet, and there's that little tender spot. Put your awareness up in that area. Now just explore somewhere on your back. Just go to your back, find a spot that's jumping out at you. Inhale with your awareness on the back. And then just be still. Notice your body, your emotions, your mind. Notice your thoughts. if you want to be able to take in more information and process it without reacting, work the pain threshold. I'm telling you, is a game changer for me. A game changer. I didn't realize, like growing up, I just, so just somebody would say something, I'd just react. Get it away, put out the fire. Don't make me uncomfortable. Don't change, just whatever it is. And the more you keep working on the pain threshold, you're just able to like take information in and go, I'm going to sit with it for a little bit. Even though there might be a little bit of an issue here. Sometimes there might be a problem, but it's not my problem to resolve. You know, you become less reactive in your mind. You know, first it's your body, but if you can temper the body, the mind will follow. Is a game changer. I go back, you know, I've said this many times, especially in the pain class. When you look at endurance athletes, this is kind of the thing and like behind the scenes. When you look at endurance athletes, they're usually not very good athletes. They're not like, oh, this person's a specimen and they're really, you know, you take like a basketball player or a football player, a sprinter, a swimmer, they're incredible athletes. You look at somebody who's like an endurance athlete, they don't have the athletic skills that those other guys have. But the one thing that they do have, they can suffer for a really long period of time and it doesn't change how they perform. That's what makes a good athlete. So you look at a guy that's like a sprinter, he's got a high pain tolerance. But you look at somebody who, you know, runs a marathon every 2 months or something like that, that person's pain threshold, worlds different than the sprinter, worlds different. You know? And so think about it in life. You know, you're going along and some little blip happens and you kind of freak out a little bit, right? If you want to be able to handle difficulties without being reactionary, it's all tied to your pain threshold. You just keep calming the pain threshold. Just keep calming. Your body perceives emotional, mental pain, just like if somebody hit your toe with a chair. Like it perceives it no differently. You know, it goes through some different pathways, but by the time it gets to the brain, somebody's scolding you and saying some really like nasty things to you versus like stomping on your foot. By the time it gets to the brain, it's just pain. It's not the details, it's just pain, right? So temper the pain threshold. It will change how your mind functions. So with that, let's tomorrow we're going to work on self-image the whole day. Tomorrow is the self part, but this piece right here, treating brain fatigue and the contributing factors, I mean, this can apply to so many things, not just self-image. So many health issues, PTSD, chronic fatigue syndrome, fibromyalgia, you name it. Just work, wear and tear, fatigue. You're in a situation where you're in a conflict a long period of time with family or work or whatever it is, it doesn't matter. You should always fall back on this brain fatigue component, the mental energy part, because it's usually the first thing that goes. Emotionally, you can hang in there longer. Physically, you can keep pushing, right? Mentally, the mind is the first thing that usually will check out. So anyway, I hope you found today interesting. Tomorrow's going to be a completely different ball of wax. But let's go ahead and share experiences or ask questions or.
And just remember, you can unmute yourself, you can raise your hand. Go ahead, Jenny.
Hey, Miss Jenny.
Hi, Greg. Thank you so much for this
Mhm.
class. I wanted to
Yeah,
share
you're
with you that After doing the patterns that we just did, I picked up one of my crystals and just had just completely different response to it. It was super clear and energizing. I felt like
Oh,
it was,
good.
so I thought that was an interesting experience. So I wanted just to share that.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, very nice. How did this treat you? I'm just curious. You know, you have very mental work, so I was just curious how it treated your brain and your mind.
Yes, and I was going to ask you the last part that you were talking about of all the oils for increasing the thresholds. Which
Mhm.
how would you rank that? Which one would you recommend?
They're all, I mean, that's a great question. Like, they're all a little bit different. I'll, you know, like sometimes I tell you guys like, oh, do this or do that, because like I don't want you to be like excessive like me, but this is what I do. I'll tell you what I do and then we can go from there. I take the monk's oil or myrrh internally every day. And then the birch complex like on my wrist. Only like if the pain is getting bad or if I notice that my mind, I'm starting to be dismissive, like, oh, problem comes up, oh yeah, I'll be fine, I'll deal with it tomorrow or something like that. Like I catch myself doing that, I'm like, I'm starting to go into fight flight. Like it's real super low grade, it's real subtle, but like when I'm not addressing the problem in front of me, yeah, because it could be fatigue or it could be it's tired. But a lot of times it's because I'm having to change my schedule, I'm having to change what I was doing, what I was thinking, or we might have to change some process within the office, right? So
That's
then I'll go
me every day, several times a
yeah,
day.
every day, right? And
Yeah.
so I start adding the birch complex like to my wrist, you know, because I'm either doing myrrh or monk's anointing oil every day. And then
That's
if
monk-
my
monk's
mind
oil
feels
is-
really, what's that?
monk's oil and myrrh you take internally.
Myrrh internal, right?
Got it.
And then the birch complex on my wrist, right? And then if I'm feeling like I'm in a little bit of a mental funk, like, you know what I mean? Like I'm not seeing something, or I can't break out of my thinking, or, you know, it's not so much physical pain, but like mentally, my mind is just, you know, you're just stuck in that fight flight. I do a couple drops of saffron internally. It pops me out of that and nobody's business. I would say don't do that at work though. The thing with saffron is it changes the pain threshold, but it makes you super right brain. And so it makes it hard to like focus for a little bit. Like you almost get in a meditative state. And if somebody gave you a bunch of details in front of you, you'd have to go, yeah, tomorrow, because I cannot process this. Like when my mind is sharp, I can do math in my head. If I take saffron, I don't know that I can operate a calculator very well. Like it's literally that much for me. But so I do it in the evening. Yeah. Or like, you know, even like I wouldn't do it like teaching, but like right at the end of teaching, I might do it, put a couple drops on and like, you know, take it internally, but like when I'm done, not when I still have to perform.
Got
Like
it.
the only time I would use saffron to perform is like clairvoyance observation or doing healing, where it's already right brain anyway.
What about threshold? What about the
Threshold, you could use a lot like the birch complex. Yeah. Little bit more of a psychological component to threshold, but yeah, right there with it.
Okay, and then I have another add-on question on this topic.
Mhm.
The detachment blend, I actually diffuse, especially when I have a lot of meetings back to back. How is that different from switching and changing, you know, context switching? So there's a lot of context switching in my day-to-day.
It helps you to
Related or unrelated?
No, it's related. It's not so much the pain mechanism, but it just helps you to like, say you're having a meeting, like if you watch people, like they might have a meeting and then they go to the next meeting and part of what they talked about in the previous meeting kind of bleeds over into the new meeting. You know what I mean? Or they have a new idea, every meeting has a little bit of that new idea, because they're kind of working it out, right? The
Yeah.
detachment blown allows it to be like, I'm having this meeting about XYZ, and when I'm done, I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna talk about ABC. I'm not gonna talk about XYZ anymore. Like you're just able to let it like be bam, done, and then walk to the next thing.
Okay,
Does
got
that
it.
make, does that make sense? Yeah.
Super, super
It's
helpful.
not quite the fight fight, but it's in the same genre.
Yeah, I think for me, what I'm hearing is it allows you to stay focused on the topic without conflating two different things.
Yes, it keeps things from mixing.
Keeps things separate.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
thanks, Greg.
yeah. There's nothing with having different perspectives, but when you're in doing one thing, you need to be able to do it to the full capacity of what's in front of you, not like I'm doing this and I'm also working out something in another situation. It needs to be addressing what's in front of you.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yep, super clear. Thanks so much.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Hi, Greg, it's
Yeah.
Danelle.
Hey, Danelle.
Oh, you can hear me okay?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I was just wondering if this last, the last thing with the pain threshold that we did and then the two prior to that, if that can kind of stand alone for people. I see a lot of people that have both trauma, PTSD, as well as autoimmune issues like fibromyalgia and different things like that.
Yeah, like, so the brain fatigue part for the fibromyalgia chronic fatigue, which is, I think it's number 3, I'm just double checking. Like do number 2 and number 3 for chronic fatigue and fibromyalgia. You can actually even do it for PTSD, but we also have that kit for PTSD. This would augment that kit, right? So the kit kind of runs you through the 4 steps that are the 4 steps of the stress response and kind of go through and calm that down. But it doesn't necessarily deal with the brain fatigue the way we're dealing with it here. And so
Yeah, because those guys have a lot
PTSD
of
can
brain
be,
fatigue.
yeah, a lot.
Mhm.
And so all these pieces can stand on their own that we did today, and they can be worked in various combinations.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. I have this other question. You know, I have myrrh. It's maybe a couple of years old, but I noticed that it's
Mhm.
hard as a rock. I don't know what you
Make
suggest.
a cup of, yeah, make a cup of hot water like you're gonna make tea, like bring it to a boil. And make sure the top of the myrrh is tight, and then submerge the myrrh in the hot water. And let it
Okay.
sit there for about like maybe 90 seconds. And it will liquefy, and then add a little bit of like jojoba or a little bit of alcohol to allow it to stay kind of fluid. But a lot of the resiny kind of oils, when they age, they harden like that. And you just heat them up and they liquefy again. But sometimes they get thick where you need to add a little bit of something else to keep it like liquefied. And
Okay, so
so
I can still use it then.
oh yeah, totally.
Oh,
Totally.
okay. Okay. Great.
Yeah. Yeah, you just heat it up and then just add a little something to it. I mean, like, if you're dealing with a 5 ml bottle, like heat it up and then maybe add like 10 drops of alcohol, and you're probably, that might even be too much. It might even be just like 5 drops, and
5 drops, okay.
it will stay. Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for this
I
wonderful
would
class.
do more like 3. Yeah, good. I'm glad you enjoyed.
Thank you.
And then Cynthia, you had a question?
Usage with children, the pain response, the fight, flight.
So she's saying, like, what about with children? Actually, like under 8. Yeah. Roman chamomile or mandarin, or the fancy thing is Melissa. Yeah, like in severe cases, Melissa. Most times the Roman Melissa. Yeah. Most times the Roman chamomile will knock it out. Mandarins will sometimes work. Even lavender will sometimes work. You know, kids are much easier to treat. But if it's real severe and they're really starting to become non-responsive, I would give them a drop of Melissa internally. Yeah. And then you had a question?
And so when you said put your attention on your shoulder blades,
Mhm.
and I started to put my attention there, like my first thought was, oh, I don't want to. And then I put my attention there and I started going into flight or fight. I could feel it
Mhm.
because it was really tight and.
Really tight. Yeah.
Was that an emotional response?
Yeah, you were having a little bit. So she was saying when she did the thing with putting her attention on the shoulder blades, it's very interesting there. We hold a lot of emotion and we hold a lot of like tension, but there's a lot of emotion that's held in the shoulder blades, and it will kind of go up the neck and into the jaw. And so we also hold a lot of emotional tension in the jaw. And so as you go through and you unwind that, you're actually kind of unwinding a component. It's not completely across the board, but you're unwinding a component of the fight flight. And it's literally that part, like what I was saying, like the person said, like, I feel if I put my guard down, something bad's going to happen. When you start working the shoulder blades like that, you literally are starting to put your guard down, and like there's part where there's like, if I put my guard down, something bad's going to happen, right? And so it's an interesting thing that it can flush things out, right? But sometimes even after you flushed all those things out, that tension's still there, and you still need to unwind it a bit. And so, like, if it starts to get uncomfortable, you just stop and flush things out, right? With just whatever, just blow it out, and then you can go back and do it some more. But it's one of those quiet spots that you don't realize you're holding a bunch of emotional tension. Like the jaws, like I think most people would go, yeah, I probably hold some there, maybe in the face, maybe in the jaw, right? Then you go, oh, my shoulders go up, right? But you rarely think of the shoulder blades themselves. And when you start to unwind the shoulder blade, you're like, what is coming out of me? Like, it is just years of tension and just like,
That spot, should you use the threshold or the muscle?
you could use helichrysum. Because a lot of times, like, what's coming out is trauma related. Yeah. And it's not even like sometimes from people, it's just like pain, hurt feelings, physical pain.
You know what it felt like? It felt like hurt that I didn't see coming.
Yeah.
It's like it's coming from the back, like
Mhm.
that's what it felt like.
Mhm. It's just.
On the digestive function,
Mhm.
can that help with like cortisol?
Cortisol is more like using vetiver, things like that will help reduce cortisol.
So does that rosemary verbena give you a detox a little bit, or?
It reduces stress and helps to balance out the digestive tract. It doesn't detox like a fast would. It's reducing the stress response or stress that's accumulated in the gut, and then starts to help everything to balance more appropriately.
So will that help release weight?
No.
That's all.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Sonia, then Ralph.
Hey, Miss Sonia.
You said pain causes a lot of havoc with the body. What are the effects?
Depends on the kind of pain and how intense it is, but I mean, it puts the body in fight flight, and like we've talked about with neuropathic pain, is that it starts to throw the bronchioles in spasms. It tightens up the diaphragm, starts to increase tension in the multifidi along the spine, starts to throw off how the brain functions, can start to cause muscle imbalances and postural imbalances, throws off endocrine function, greatly impacts the digestive tract. constrictions in the fascia, you know, can slow down or really even shut down lymph nodes in an area or lymphatic movement. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Pain's a tough one. Like and none of us get away from it, you know. Mm. So,
Go ahead, Rob.
hey, Rob.
Hey, Greg. So
Hey.
going back to the first one, A1, etheric physical
Uh-huh.
detox, you mentioned doing that daily. By the way, this class has really struck home for a lot of things I've been dealing with for a long time. Thank you.
Oh, good.
So anyway, so if we're going to if I was to put together for myself a protocol, like I recognize I need to address my pain levels. I need to address some of these things. I was looking at A1, which is the physical etheric detoxification. And do that daily for like a month.
You could do that daily for like a few weeks or a month. Part of what you're doing is you're opening up, you know, because there's the health rays, the outer health rays, and then the inner health rays.
Right.
All of these things are opening up the inner health rays. So it's allowing things to move a lot better, like inward from the skin to the bone.
Right.
And so when that happens, your body's ability to detoxify itself is both energetically and physically is enhanced. You could also say that when the health rays are opening and functioning well, that directly corresponds to lymphatic function. Like you could look at somebody and go, oh, the health rays are congested. Translation, their lymphatic system's congested. Like it's like hand in hand. It's just like a physicalization of the health rays. And so by doing this, you're helping to open these up so that the body can detoxify, but also the emotions, especially lower emotions. It's part of how we release some forms of stress, like anger, some forms of fear, and even you could say some of the like self-sabotage tendencies. You could say they're tied to health rate function. You know, it's not completely, but it's a big portion of it.
Okay.
And, you know, because it's like if you become toxic, it's hard for you to function properly. So be it that it's etheric, that it's physical, that it's lower emotion, it just becomes harder and harder for you to like function like normally. You know, it's you're having to overcome too much. And so, I mean, think of like how you feel like when you have a fever and you're a little bit altered and you're trying to think something out. Yeah, not the time to be doing paperwork or something, you know, because your mind is having to overcome too much with that fever.
Yep.
And so same idea with this level or degree of toxicity. So this would help somewhat with some forms of pain. But if you're dealing with physical pain, do the first one, do the part for the brain fatigue from time to time. That doesn't even have to be done daily. Just like keep toning up the brain. But that last segment that we did about the pain response, work that a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, work that a whole bunch. Yeah.
And also, I was looking at digestive function because I know I've had digestive problems, you know, just not working very well. So if I was going to go after digestive function for number 5.
Yeah. So you're just trying to improve digestive function, or like you're trying to rehab the digestive tract, or
yes
so
and yes.
okay. So this is what I would do. Like I would take the rosemary verbena for maybe about a week or two. And
Yep.
then after a week or two, I would switch over and I would do cinnamon leaf internally.
Okay.
And cinnamon leaf is also going to rehab. It doesn't really cut the stress like the rosemary verbena does.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, like the rosemary verbena really like stimulates like the liver and like, you know, it really stimulates some of the processes of the digestive tract. The
Okay.
thing with the cinnamon is it's strengthening and fortifying to the gut, but it helps to strengthen the movement of the gut. And a lot of times when we're having like difficult issues with the gut, we need to like strengthen the nerves, but then the next wave is like now really reestablish that wave that goes through the gut associated with digestion.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And the cinnamon
Yeah.
leaf, again, do that for a week and see how things are going.
I would do it. I mean, I would do it for maybe a month. Like
Okay.
I would do it for a while. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
If
both
the
of those
tendency is for like a little bit, like if you have a little bit of a nervous gut or something like that, topically you could put on like lemongrass or, you know, ointment or something like that. But it depends on kind of what you're dealing with. But if you're just trying to rehab the gut, another one that's a little bit of a sleeper for improving gut function is clove oil, like internal, a drop or two, especially if there's a lot of like spasms. You know how like sometimes you'll get a pain in the low gut or something like that,
Mhm.
like a cramp or something. Augment a little bit with like a drop of clove from time to time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Like I don't talk about using cinnamon and clove a lot, like in our normal conversations, like when we talk about like how to treat conditions,
Yeah.
just because, you know, they're hot oils. They generate
Oh,
a lot
yeah.
of heat.
Yeah.
And-
I've had
and-
experience with clove and getting, you know, like getting it in my eye. That's really.
Oh yeah, yeah. I got cinnamon in my eye on a regular basis, like when I'm blending. Like the thing like using anise and tarragon and rosemary and things like this, galbanum, they're really great for long-term treatment of the gut. Even palmarosa, all these things are really great for long-term treatment. But when we switch over and we're talking about like, okay, how do I do a little rehab thing? Like, how do I jumpstart something? Or I'm really having some bad spasms in the gut. You really look at like, okay, bring in cinnamon, you bring in clove. You're not going to use them forever. They're not like a tonic or oil like the other ones.
Yeah.
You treat for a little while and then you back off and then you go back to the other ones again.
Okay.
And so that's the way that I would look at the cinnamon and the clove.
Okay.
The other things you could take for the rest of your life. Cinnamon and clove, take for a little bit and then stop. And then take it a little again and, you know, like 3 weeks, a month, and then give yourself a break.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good. Thank you.
Good. You're so welcome. And as always, you know, if you need help figuring that out, let me know.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Greg, just because we do have new students in here, and you've been telling people to take internal essential oils a bit today, could you kind of tell them the difference between?
Yeah, so taking things internal, you got to be sure that it's a good source. And when something says pure, it's 100% pure essential oils in the U.S. market and some of the other markets, you know, everywhere but Europe, but especially in the U.S., something that's marked 100% pure can really only has to be about 5% genuine. So rest is synthetic or manipulated, right? Or folded, or, you know, whatever term you want to use. And so not all oils are the same. And if you're buying things in the health food store, it's probably manipulated. And so be sure that you're using a good source. And if you're not sure of the source, then do not take it internally. Because if you take it internal and it's chemicals, it's really super hard on the liver. And so, we talk about it here, taking things internally. Not everything's to be taken internally, just some things. But when we talk about it, it's because, here I know that we're using genuine oils. So if you step out and start using a different brand or something like that, then if you're not sure that it's genuine or not, then don't take it internal. Now, in the front of the booklet, there's a little section that is about like different types of applications. And there is an application for taking things internal, and there's a list of a bunch of different oils to take casually, which is like 1 to 2 drops. So there's a list of the oils to take internal, and then why to take them internally, like what it does when you take them internally. And it's in the front of the booklet that you have right now. It's in the front of every booklet. Any booklet you have from us over the last 2 years, it's in the front of the booklet.
Thanks for that, Greg.
Yeah.
We do have quite a few questions here in chat, but again, guys, if you want to raise your hand, feel free. What is the difference? Well, they're saying rosemary officinalis versus rosemary verbena.
There's a chemistry difference, and the rosemary verbena is a little bit more potent for the digestive tract, for the respiratory tract, especially the sinuses, and is one of the best things for the liver. So, but otherwise, they have very similar properties in a lot of other areas, but it's just the chemistry is a little bit different. There's rosemary, the proper term is rosemary verbena bornyl acetate is actually the proper name, but doesn't fit on the label very well. So we just call it rosemary verbena. And then there's another one, rosemary camphor, which is used for cardiovascular issues. Yeah, that one you have to be a little bit more careful with. I don't even think we have it on the site. I only give it to people personally. Yeah.
Go ahead, Deborah.
Hey, Deborah.
Hi. I even as much as I've worked with the oils, I accidentally took a few drops before that you say not to, but I didn't know it at the time. I had confused it with something else. Have you thought of like having a little symbol on the ones do not take internally on the bottles in some sort of way? It wouldn't even have to say it, but just kind of like, I mean.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about it. I could think that out. We're trying to present it in a way so the label issue is a little bit of a touchy thing in the US. So
I know
it's
legally it can get touchy.
Yeah.
That you probably want to keep it simple, but I just thought if there was just like a little mark on it or something, I've even thought about
a little yellow dot or something.
Yeah.
What I was planning on doing was making the information available on the website so that you could just look it up. But maybe we'll try to kick around the idea of nothing on the label.
Yeah, because a lot of times I'm reaching for something and I'm not going to take time to go look it up when I think I have it right in my head, So whatever you can come up with would be really appreciated.
Okay.
Thanks.
You bet.
Which oil would be good for my daughter who's in college to take internally for her gut? The rosemary verbena, the anise, or
what's going on with her gut?
Greg, she's got a lot of mucus, and she's I think acid reflux.
She does have reflux?
She does. She's really congested. Like she's constantly sniffling, but nothing's coming out. So it's either congestion.
So mucus in the respiratory tract, not in the digestive tract.
Is it
that what you mean?
digestive or respiratory? I think it's both.
No, I'm asking the mucus that you're talking about, it's in the respiratory tract, not in the digestive tract?
I think it's in the digestive tract.
Okay.
She's
Well,
coughing,
so when you
she's
said she
coughing
was,
after meals. And shortness of breath after meals.
Mhm. Honestly, that sounds like stress.
For sure.
Yeah. I would probably give her,
And she's been using all the oils that we talked about last time.
I mean, I would do something that's probably like soothing to the gut, but also balancing to the nervous system as well, like maybe 2-3 drops of Paragon daily. The rosemary verbena would probably help, but Tarragon or anise would be more balancing to the autonomic nervous system, so fight, flight, rest, and repair. And tarragon would be more soothing to the emotional body and potentially could reduce like nausea and things like that. And so shortness of breath is probably like the stress and the adrenals and things, and then the diaphragm is starting to tighten up. And so I would probably also have her inhale cinnamon in the morning.
Okay.
It would give her some strength and make her a little bit more thick-skinned for being in the new environment. Does that make sense with what you know with her?
Yeah, I was just going through my notes. I sent her a few oils that we talked about probably about a month or so ago. I forgot what that was, but she has it. She's been using it. I don't think tarragon and anise was not on that list.
I would be curious about how she's doing socially.
Not well.
Yeah, that's why the cinnamon right there. She's a little too sensitive for being in a new social situation, and it would just help her adjust to socializing and being in new situations and being a little awkward for a moment and then fitting in. It just would help her phase into that a little bit better.
Should I order cinnamon supreme for her, or?
I'll just do cinnamon leaf. Yeah.
All right, great.
Yeah,
thank
you don't have to get fancy with it. Yeah. Like she just needs a little, like if she could just have a little bit of like her skin thicken to that area a little bit, she'll get in there, she'll have some good experiences, she'll be fine. It's just that initial, gotta put myself out there. Gotta go hang out with people I don't know. This might be embarrassing. It's like it's just a bunch of stuff like that. And as soon as she gets past that, she'll be fine.
Yeah, she's not.
She just needs to create her network. What's that?
She's not connecting well there.
Yeah. Because you remember from the self-esteem class as well, cinnamon is very good for it's very good for socializing.
Okay, thank you, Greg.
Yeah, you're so welcome. And keep me posted.
For the rosemary verbena, how often to inhale per day?
Oh, you could do it multiple times a day. I mean, you can get by with just doing it once a day, but if you wanted to bump it up and do it 2 or 3 times a day, you're good.
Again, for the rosemary verbena, because we're working on the digestion, I'm thinking the prana is probably green and orange. Am I correct?
It cycles through several things. Sometimes it depends on how you direct it, but it's green and then some red. Different colors of green for a little while, and then a little bit of red.
Sometimes if you direct it differently, it will be green and violet. But like usually when it's hitting the gut like that, it's usually green and a bit of red.
So the monk's oil, also known as monk's anointing oil, we double checked, is not on the site. We will get it up. I'm gonna try to get it up tonight.
Oh,
for you
yeah,
guys.
I think that it's actually hasn't even, it's in the next class.
No, we've had it in the class. Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah, we'll get it in on the site here shortly.
We've had it.
Yeah.
Okay. Can all these oils except cinnamon be used in a bath?
Let me look at what we got going here. Yes, you nailed it. Everything but cinnamon and cassia. Everything from today could be in a bath. Do not take a cinnamon or cassia bath. I might be talking from experience, but I don't want to talk about it.
Share lots of yawning today.
Yeah, good.
Back to lymphatic function. I have notes about Sylvester pine being helpful for that. Is that correct? And if so,
It's-
can it be taken internally or just leave on the wrist?
You could do it either way. You could take it internal, you could do it on the wrist. It's somewhat helpful for lymphatic function. The thing that Sylvester pine is especially good for is increasing the production of cortisone in the body. And so it helps to reduce achiness in the body. So it's not reducing the achiness in the body because of improved lymphatic function. It's reducing achiness in the body because it's helping the body start to produce like a steroid in the body. And so it's another way to reduce achiness is to go through and treat that. So and for that, it works exceptionally well.
Go ahead, Deborah.
Hey, Deborah.
So, that last comment raises a question. Can you have too much cortisol in your body? So you need to be careful.
Cortisone or cortisol? It's like
Well,
different phases of it. Yeah, you can always have, I mean, it would be hard to overdo it with the pine. You would have to do just massive dosages day after day after day after day to really do it. But too much cortisol in the body at some point does cause problems. So
Okay.
even when you're treating something like that, arthritic conditions, you can take like a few drops, on the wrist for a while to reduce achiness and pain. We use it with athletes sometimes just to help with recovery and things like that. The kind of dosages that we're talking about, not too big of a worry, but there's conditions where we do like really big dosages of some of these oils, and pines are used sometimes in certain forms of cancers. And there we have to start being, because it's massive dosages. We have to start being aware of like it's, what's it going to do with cortisone and all that. So yeah.
And then,
But it's a very, very big dosage.
okay. My other question was about the bath and oils. I had a bad experience putting rue in a bath. I don't think that I put an excessive amount. Is it just something particular with me and rue, or do you think it was that particular time?
It can happen actually. Certain oils you might be a little bit more predisposed, but it actually potentially can happen with just about anything. You just basically start to get a little bit sensitized to it, and it can happen in the bath the easiest because the water is hot. So it dilates the pores, and it makes it easier for your skin to react in those cases. The worst case that I ever had, it was with citrus. And oh man, it was very burny. And sometimes just putting some cool water will calm that down. But a lot of times if I start to feel that happening, I just get out and either do a different bath or just don't do a bath. But if you had that reaction with it, it could have been that the water was a little hot, but it could be that just in like warm water, you might be a little bit more sensitive to that particular oil. And sometimes it's oils that you wouldn't even think of, like tea tree. I've had that with tea tree, and we've had one student that had it with vetiver. And you would think vetiver would be the antidote for that, but it's not. And so it just can happen sometimes. They just call it like you got sensitized a little bit.
I guess my question is, does that mean you're sensitized for forever, or that just that I could retry it?
You could try, but I would reduce the drops, and I would not make it that hot. Like I would reduce the heat. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Rue is one of those ones where it can happen at any point, but I love me a Rue bath. So I usually don't mind personally. I don't usually make them super hot. There's some oils that I'll do super hot. Rue is not one of them usually. It's still warm, but it's not like, how you just get into the bath where it's like super, super hot. So just make it just normal temperature.
Got it. Thanks.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
For anyone not looking at the chat, chain change tomorrow.
Oh, yes, I forgot.
Is there? Oh, yeah. Is there any way to get the full picture and back of Greg on the screen? Yeah, the goddess is chopped off. I can show you guys here. I think there you go. See, Greg's head gets chopped off if I don't chop her head off. So
Yeah.
And right. Just for a bit of clarity, for the all around achy feeling, lemongrass is best.
Lemongrass works pretty good. That's usually my first go-to thing. If there's health issues like arthritis or pain syndromes, things like that, I use Sylvester pine. But usually when it's an immunity related issue or just out of the blue, lemongrass. Yeah.
So follow up with that. So for MS, would that be the same? How about for joint pain? They also are wondering MS brain fog about.
Yeah, that still comes back to stimulating lymphatic function. I'd work the health rays. I'd work the inner health rays with like basal or spasmophilia. And the spasmophilia should help a little bit of the spasming. Then you got to work lymphatic function like really super hard. Like like if there's brain fog, it's always lymphatic.
Go ahead, Deborah.
Hey, Deborah.
Hi.
Hey.
The latest booster vaccination. You guys have a pretty broad network. I was wondering if anyone has contacted you because they had any sort of bad reaction or something associated with it.
This booster, I haven't heard anything. Like it's, I think everybody's also tired of talking about it. But usually when somebody has a problem with something like that, they'll ask a question. It's been a long time since somebody's asked me a question about boosters.
Okay.
But
thanks.
it's been months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would burning the resin be equally good?
I don't know what we're talking about.
Myrrh.
For
I don't know, it's a while ago.
I think they're hardened.
What's that?
Somebody was talking about.
Oh, when it was
I
hardened?
think it was
Oh,
folded in the jar, you gave instructions for liquefying it again. I think that's what they're referring to.
If you want to type in specifically what you're referring to for the burning of it, of the resin, just let us know and I'll read that over to Greg. Thanks a lot for this class. Can you suggest a book on this subject? Okay, when's your book coming out, Greg?
yeah. Most times I draw this from clinical experiences and not from reading other things. So I honestly have no idea. Yeah.
A lot of thank yous. What would be an oil suggestion for ADHD?
Yeah, hard to treat it with just one oil. It needs to be like a multi-causal, like kind of approach. The reason why I haven't talked about ADD is there's actually several different kinds of ADD, ADHD, and so none of it is like a single oil is going to do it or a blend. You have to have kind of a multifaceted approach with those things. And so we'll go through and address it at some point here, like, maybe over the winter time or something.
I learned a lot today. The pain levels make so much sense.
Yeah.
Balm of Mecca. What is that oil for?
Yeah, that was out of a class a long time ago. It's an anointing oil. Boy, that's a long time ago. It's an anointing oil out of a Muslim tradition.
Do you recommend a specific jojoba oil or roller ball to use if I'm making my own roller ball?
No, just get a good quality jojoba, like either the clear or the golden.
And the roller balls just on Amazon?
Yeah, just get them on Amazon. I would probably not get the roller balls that have the plastic ball, get the ones with the metal ball, but other than that.
Marijuana smoking, what are the effects on the brain?
It can be depleting, very congesting to the body and the brain. It's actually much better if it's taken internally rather than smoking. The thing with any form of cannabis is it scatters energy. Like, if you have an area where there's a lot of stuck energy, like where it's really a lot of congestion in an area, and you put like hemp or cannabis or something on it, it blows it apart. It helps to purify that. But because of the smoking, you're also doing that internally. And so it's breaking up the energy, and then it starts to congest the body and the brain. And the body is not usually able to detoxify quite as quick. If you're just like a weekend user, I wouldn't worry about it. But this is more like day-to-day using. It can deplete serotonin levels, which ironically it doesn't do if you take internally, or nowhere near to the same degree. But it can deplete serotonin levels. It can be depleting to the brain. And anytime you're dealing with a lot of congestion, what happens over a period of time is, again, not recreational users, but like everyday user, and usually everyday user is using it multiple times in a day, is it starts to become harder and harder to release lower emotions. It also depends on how much they were smoking every day. If they were just doing a little tiny bit, probably not that bad. But if they're smoking a lot and it's multiple times in a day, it can start to build up.
And just really quick on the goddess, we're obviously not trying to be disrespectful. And I'll see if I can get the picture framed a little better tomorrow for you guys. Or we'll take her down. So Other than that, great session today. We'll
Mhm.
start at 10 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. Again, remember the time change, and I will get Sunday's link out to you in the next